Travel opens a path to the greatest wonder of the world. The opportunity to wonder at the world. To wonder at our planet. To wonder at our people. To wonder together. When we look at the paths ahead, our sector can keep the wonder of the world alive. As we travel for a better future. Travel opens to the greatest wonder of the world. The opportunity to wonder at the world. To wonder at our planet. To wonder at our people. To wonder together. When we look at the paths ahead, our sector can keep the wonder of the world alive. As we travel for a better future.
Distinguished guests, please welcome the summit anchor, Maria Ram.
صباح الخير Riyadh, صباح الخير المملكة العربية السعودية. Good morning everybody. أنا ماريا راموس، أنا صحفية من إسطنبول. I am so happy to be with you here today. أهلا بكم في يوم الثاني. أنا سعيدة جدا 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 لوجودي معكم في يوم الثاني. Welcome everybody today too. Welcome to everybody.
حبوبي الجميع. It's okay.
As well, everyone watching us online. I hope you had a fantastic evening yesterday, and what an evening it was. Thank you so much for everybody that organized that. Enrique, I heard people were dancing, mothers were dancing as well. What a fantastic evening it was. And I hope today we will carry that energy into day two and that you're ready for another fantastic day of wonderful content. And we have an amazing day two for you. Now, first, we will be exploring how technology and innovation can really enhance travel and tourism. And we'll be hearing from the WTTC's latest cities research on the important role that cities can play in the recovery of this sector. Now, during the second half of the morning, we'll discuss how we can build our future together, and we'll look at action and investment that is needed, plus the commitment and collaboration that is also needed. I know Richard Quest doesn't like that word, but I'm not sure if he's here in the room. Anyway, we have some very exciting news for you. Later today, we will be revealing the location of the next WTTC 2023 Global Summit. So do stay tuned for that very exciting news, ladies and gentlemen. And also some very, very important news. I'd like to remind you that following the closing ceremony here, and also after lunch, the Ministry of Tourism will host its high-level Next in Travel event from 3 to 5 p.m. You cannot miss this. This is the Next in Travel event, and we will have an amazing panel. We have global leaders there, including the former president Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono from Indonesia, also Laura Chinchilla from Costa Rica, and Suman Lee from South Korea. So an incredible lineup, ladies and gentlemen, that you absolutely cannot miss. All right, let's begin, and let's kick off by exploring how we can unlock opportunities for the sector through innovation and also technology. And we'll be starting with 3 keynotes. Now, before I welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi Tourism Authority, Fahad Hamadi-Din. Let's watch this teaser video. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. My dear friends and colleagues, let me welcome you to the second day of the Global Summit. This time, from the Visit Saudi Metaverse. Travel and tourism is no longer just about the physical destination. It's about its unique culture and unforgettable experiences. The stories of myths and legends, the folklore and dance, the food and friendships, the events, heat and beat, and most importantly, people, authenticity, and warmth. The metaverse will reshape the way we experience and engage with travel and tourism. And Saudi is a pioneer in this very exciting evolution.
Good morning. Good morning. So that is why I wanted to start my keynote today from the metaverse. Tech and travel are obvious companions on a journey. Modern travel would not have come to where it is without technology, and I'm sure we all know it. But let's go back in time and see what history can tell us. When the World Wide Web started, many were skeptic. Is it a fad? How much would it go? This is not for us. But in reality, we all witnessed the internet moving from an information glossary into a interaction platform, into transactional platform, into community platform. Today, history is telling us, keep your eye on internet because it's moving into a new platform of immersion of co-creation. So let us talk about travel more specifically and the second wave of impact that created as businesses got created on that internet, the OTAs. Many were skeptic on how far can the OTAs go versus traditional travel agencies. And we witness today that 2/3 of our online bookings are coming from the online business. In STA, we have grown in the past 2.5 years from 5 people to 405, probably to 6 as I speak, I'm not sure. But what's important is that the average age of the people we've hired in the organization is barely over 29 years old. And as I witness the top and bright and most creative talents joining us in STA, I can only focus on the creativity and how diverse and different they are from one another is one, but from all those that are above the age of 35, where I lie distantly. And they're not just the workforce. I mean, all of us were talking yesterday about hiring, training youth, and youth as workforce. But the real important signal here, they're not just the workforce. They are different, and they are the customer. They are the ones that will shape the future of travel. And they look at the world, live it, experience it very differently. So, in reality, I'm not here to convince you about metaverse. I'm not here a tech expert. I'm going to be followed by brilliant experts that are way more advanced than me in applying technology in airports or in creating technology. So Paul and Miguel will tell you more about it, and I will never be Fahad Zuckerberg. But what I want to tell you is that as we look at the future and we look at technology, we have a choice. Do we resist and wait until the customers force us, or do we embrace it and be ahead? Sounds obvious, but my humble advice is 3 things. Number 1, definitely embrace it. Number 2, make sure that you have unconventional youth. Just get youth. They will be unconventional. Get youth on the table. Not on a tactic, on a creative hub. Get them in the strategy, the long-term strategy of your business model, on your R&D strategy. And if you don't have a long-term strategy, think again. Number 3, partner with those experts, those peers that are venturing into the future with the possibilities of what technology can bring. No matter where your business model or business contribution lies in the value chain, whether you are online booking, to planning, to distribution, even down to a destination, the same applies. So, as a person who's in charge of a destination, Visit Saudi, my call to other destinations is join us. Yesterday, in the destination panel, we launched the Tourism Innovation Index with some of the best destinations. Singapore to Australia. My call to all of you is join us, let us collaborate to co-create the future. Thank you, and I wish you a very fruitful day.
Thank you so much. Shukran jazilan, Fahad. And I like that you said you'll never be Fahad Zuckerberg, but you never know, you never know. And now I would love to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Dubai Airports, Paul Griffiths. The stage is yours. Welcome.
Good morning. Let me begin by taking you back on a journey 200 years ago. It's the height of the Industrial Revolution in Europe. Rapid technical change is transforming nations from a largely rural economy to one dominated by industry and machine manufacturing. Whilst the marvels of technological change introduced new ways of working, they also changed the lives of millions and fundamentally transformed society. The rapid growth of urbanization created the cities in which we live today. In a very short space of time, important developments in transportation and communication, including the steam locomotive, the steamship, the automobile, the aeroplane, the telegraph, and radio, gave birth to the foundations of modern society. Against the backdrop of this rapid change, a young entrepreneur decided that workers in cities needed to use their day off to escape the crowding of the cities into the green of the countryside. He created the first recorded journey involving all-inclusive travel arrangements, and in 1841 took a group of 571 people on a day trip between Leicester and Loughborough in the UK, using the then innovative new railway system over the colossal distance of 12 miles. The package included meals and, intriguingly, music played on brass instruments. In the USA alone, the number of people traveling overseas at that time was less than 1,000 per year. Today, that figure is 25 million. And then, as now, the motives for organized travel were virtuous and a force for good. Travel was intended to broaden the mind and help people out of the drudgery of everyday life. Travel and tourism has always been fueled by innovation. The development of the railways in the 19th century providing the first real boost in affordable mobility. Then, during the next 100 years, innovations in mobility continued to develop, the horse and carriage giving the way to the motor car. Interestingly, at the turn of the 20th century, electric cars outnumbered gasoline cars by almost 2 to 1, and 100 years later, still had a range of about 10 miles. And then, of course, came the invention of the aeroplane. The pace of innovation intensified in the 20th century, the time of great ocean liners and fast, comfortable, long-distance rail travel, shrinking the globe and fueling the romance of travel. Technical innovation reached a particularly high point just over 50 years ago. In 1969, the confluence of ambition, craft, and skill created the first flight of Concorde, the maiden voyage of the QE2 ocean liner between Southampton and New York, the inauguration of the Boeing 747 jumbo jet, the first steps on the moon, and the Harrier vertical takeoff jump jet. However, it took one more year for the most revolutionary development in travel and tourism, which arguably has had a much greater influence on the 1.5 billion annual international journeys recorded in 2019. It was in 1970 that a US inventor filed his patent with the US Patent Office to create arguably the invention that's given billions of travelers all over the world the greatest transformation in personal mobility that we may ever see. Yes, it was Bernard Sado that first gave us wheels on a suitcase. This story is quite remarkable, mostly for the way we accepted the status quo of carrying heavy suitcases 5,000 years after the invention of the wheel. Even hamsters got wheels before we put them on our luggage. But the serious point is one of perspective. Technical innovation and change is hampered by our own human resistance to even the simplest of solutions. Change isn't necessarily about striving for the most difficult and complex solutions, and many of the most transformative innovations, such as wheels on suitcases, look blindingly obvious in hindsight, but were clearly not at all obvious before that moment. The pace of technical change is intensifying, and some of the greatest challenges to convention over the past few years have been simple and obvious, but previously impossible until the dramatic transformation enabled by the technology that we now take for granted. And predictions of how technology will change our lives is almost universally wrong. We were told that cheap energy would make it unnecessary to insulate our homes and offices against heat or cold, and how computers would do all of our work for us so we could spend our time at leisure, and predictions that faxes, emails, and instant messaging would make our lives simpler and less frenetic. And these have all been proven completely wrong. Fortunately, so was the recent prediction that video conferencing would have a dramatic impact on the demand for travel. So this would seem like the moment to say how wonderful it is to see everyone here in 3 highly tangible dimensions. However, technology may not be having the effect originally predicted, but that doesn't mean that it is anything short of profound. Take the transformation of the retail business. Before the start of the last decade, if we wanted to buy something, we had to travel to a store, choose from a limited range of options and prices, hope that the store had it in stock, and then had to transport it home with us. That cost us time and money and often created disappointment. Now, we can shop without leaving our chairs, and a bewildering array of millions of products from all over the world can be delivered to our doorstep in record time. And sometimes the benefits to the consumer sit behind the technology. The reason that Uber and other taxi apps are so prevalent is that they have bound each individual taxi into an integrated network designed to optimize the movement of an entire taxi fleet of a city to bring efficiencies that were unthinkable when each individual taxi had to ply the streets in the hope of finding a potential customer. Now, taxi apps are like real-time dating agencies, constantly matching supply of taxis to traveler needs and optimizing journeys into the most effective, efficient, and available for both driver and passenger. However, there are many more opportunities for transformation within our industry and a pressing need to do so. We are facing a new reality with the urgent need to embed sustainability practices into everything we do. The term necessity is the mother of invention can be traced back to the 6th century before the Common Era. However, it is as true today as it was then. we now have the technology to deconstruct the inconveniences of humanity and reconstruct them in a more beneficial way. Let me give you a couple of examples of what I believe are those wheels on a suitcase opportunities of the future. A 12-ounce can of soft drink, let's say Coke, costs about 80 US cents in the US. If you put just one single can on a typical jet plane and fly it from here to, say, London and back every day for a year, that 80-cent 12-ounce can will consume almost $200 in jet fuel, about 250 times the cost of the can. And that tiny can would also be responsible for the generation of almost 1.2 tons of CO2. Multiply that by the amount of in-flight retail products that are carried on every flight, many of which remain unsold, plus the weight of highly flammable liquid carried on board by airline customers, and the amount of jet fuel that's consumed and CO2 generated, transporting products that could be sold virtually in the air and delivered conveniently on the ground, runs into billions of dollars per year. Plus, we are all reiterating all of the shortcomings and disappointments of the old retail model that companies such as Amazon have swept aside. It's also a massive business opportunity, delivering the same efficiencies of the e-commerce sector that have delivered exponential growth in market share. Amazon now commands almost 40% of all online sales in the US. So, airline executives, take your companies on a massive weight reduction program to not only save money and improve customer service, but also to tackle the carbon footprint of air travel that's proving so difficult to abate in the short term. Surely we can add to this list in-flight retail, magazines, menus, and other service items that could be turned into weightless and sustainable digital services. However, now I must turn my attention to airport designers. First of all, please understand that airport managers like myself should not be in the business of operating complexes and managing infrastructure. The hardware is simply the means. The end product that we should all be striving to achieve is the delight of the customer, usually created by ensuring that the interface with our product is as brief as possible. Why do we therefore insist, when journeys start and end in different locations all across a city, in forcing everyone through the same vast monolithic architecture, creating significant walking distances, queues, crowding, and all sorts of unpleasant experiences to induce stress, discomfort, and delay to our customers? Does this really have to be the future of airport design? Let's predict the impact that technology will have on travel. Firstly, why do all the formalities of travel, such as booking, check-in, security and immigration and retail, why do they have to take place at disruptive and completely independent landmarks on the customer journey? Can this, in our modern age of technical aggregation, not be achieved seamlessly before the start of every journey? We don't need to see the complex networks and computing power making our taxis appear at our doorstep so quickly. So why have a raft of seemingly rigid and bureaucratic processes set against our direction of travel, like trying to push a shopping trolley railway tracks? Now, here's a question for you. Why do airports and airlines need to force every passenger through a single point for check-in, security, and immigration? The answer is for the convenience of the airline and airport operator, because it's cheaper to make people queue for a common resource. But it's also intensely annoying for the customer. And here's another thing. Airport designers, please remember that the length of the average human step is about 2.5 feet. When you travel back home, look at your phone and see how many steps you take in a day when you travel by air. Usually for me, it's about 10,000, which is about 5 miles. So please stop making us anxious by forcing us to cover vast distances when we travel through airports, which, having forced us to wait in line several times, creates needless anxiety when we fear we may miss our plane, which is often located well out of sight in what seems to be a distant universe. Why not stick to the premise of small is beautiful in airport design? We all love those local airports where you can see the planes when you pull up to the terminal, which never seems crowded, has short walking distances, and uncomplicated and understandable signage. So, instead of building larger terminals and losing all of these intimate characteristics in vast swathes of concrete, glass, and steel, why can't we build several smaller airports within a large airport, where compact terminals with individual road and rail connections can share the economies of scale of large airfield and runway facilities, thus eliminating the need to aggregate every traveller from their original individual origin, only to disaggregate them again when they head off to catch their plane. Let's bring back the romance and convenience of travel by making journeys seem more intimate and individual, dealing with the formalities in the background, relieving customers of their bags at the start of the journey and returning them to them at the end, making no one walk more than 200 meters from their car or train to their plane, and eliminating queues and crowds forever. Let's be true to that altruistic force for good on which our industry was based all those years ago. But before you roll your eyes and say, this guy is just dreaming, it will never happen, just remember this one point. However fanciful some of these predictions might be today, tomorrow they may seem as obvious as putting wheels on a suitcase. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul, and that was such a fantastic speech. I love the story about the wheels on a suitcase, and I can't believe it took 5,000 years after the invention of the wheel for that to happen. Incredible. All right, thank you so much. Next, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to hand over to the Chief Executive Officer of Vision Box, Miguel Leitman. Welcome to you. The stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. First of all, I would like to thank the organization, WTTC, to invite a supplier, a company like VisionBox that provides seamless and contactless technologies for airports and aviation, to be in this forum and to have 5 minutes of stardom to be able to speak to ministers, ex-ministers, secretaries of state. I'm going to take this opportunity to involve you and engage you everything you can do with technology and with innovation. But I also want to draw your attention that it's not about innovation and technology, it's about the dreams and experiences of passengers and the willingness to make all of this ecosystem in the aviation industry to work together. A little bit the speech that you, Excellency, have initiated. And instead of speaking about details and difficult, complex wordings, I would like to speak about examples, tangible examples. We started 10 years ago implementing biometric technologies, image processing for border control, and basically extracting biometric data from passengers and using it to automate and digitize the border control process. Not inventing a new process, but automizing it. And at that point, the industry was facing and moving away from or in the direction of iris technologies and the fingerprint technologies that were extremely highly available and secure and precise. But there was a different business case that eventually would be more important to look at, which was the existing and the existence of biometric documents, electronic passport, where inside the chip, the only available biometrics available was a face. So why don't take advantage of the business case, which is much more important and much more available with much more impact, and develop that technology around it, which at that point of time was disputed. Face matching was not accurate enough. Face matching was not available. But what is more important, the use case, the business case, or technology? The use case is much more important, and that's my message to all of you here today is follow your dreams, follow your concepts, your ideas, how you want to propagate experience to your tourists, to your passengers in your airports, in your countries. This is much more important. Technology will follow, and technology will be able to answer all of your challenges and questions. So by implementing automated border control based on face matching, face today is the biometrics used all over the world, worldwide. We do more than 1 billion checks every year with the solutions we have implemented worldwide, and face is the prime biometrics to be used today in border control. Fingerprint and iris is being used for secondary checks in those processes. So if you want to take biometrics into the broader spectrum of the experience in an airport, you talk about seamless and contactless. And with the event of the pandemic, the word contactless and seamless today is known for everybody, right? But what is the challenge here? The challenge here is not technology again. It's something that can evolve, that can be implemented. But in border control, you speak to one stakeholder. It's the border control authorities. If you want to bring seamless and biometrics throughout the airport, you are going to speak to a number of stakeholders. And there's the challenge. If you want to speak with border control entities, if you want to deal with airlines, if you want to deal with airport operators, as Paul was mentioning, those guys, they don't like each other. Those guys don't speak to each other. Those guys have different objectives in their business model, right? An airport operator wants to maximize the dwell time of the passenger in the airport. An airline would like to have the passengers expedited as quick as possible to the airplane. Border control authorities would like to have as much more secure, eventually a closed border control. How do you bring those entities together? And that's the challenge of seamless and contactless today. It's about providing a platform, a real common use platform. Common use not for the club of airlines, but common use for the sense of the passenger-centric, of the passenger experience. It's him that we want to dedicate the experience of traveling. It's not to the airlines, it's not to the airport operators, it's not even to border control authorities. It's focusing technology, solutions, infrastructures that makes the life of the passengers easy, comfortable, and a positive experience. So my pledge here is to look and to understand how technology can be used to provide that integration of the different objectives of the different stakeholders that operate and take care of tourists and passengers throughout their travel experience. Let me give you some examples to finalize. Quite close here in Dubai Airport, Terminal 3, you have a seamless implementation in operation today. As a passenger, you approach the manual counter and you are being identified by your name. How come and how cool can that be? You walk up to the counter and the hostess on the other side of the counter identifies you, knows your name, and supports you and helps you in the boarding process. The rest is like magic. You walk away, you walk through border control, you do not have to present any document, you just walk through that channel, and everything is being made behind the stage. That's cooperation between stakeholders. You can go to the lounge, you don't need to address yourself, you have a very easy access through biometrics, and you can use all the time that you want to experience either the airport or the lounge. The airport and the airline can contact you, can advise you on the change of a gate. Ultimately, you walk up to the boarding gate. You don't have to show any travel document, any passport. You show your face as the glue, as the passport of your process, and you walk straight into the airplane. That's just one example of partnerships between different stakeholders in an airport operation. Another example, which also is in operation already, is combination between AirAsia as one of the world's biggest airlines and Malaysia Airport. You can make your booking through AirAsia's applications, the so-called super app. You can leave all your documentation, all your information in that super app. And then you have established a connection, a partnership between the airline and the airport. Ultimately, the passenger pops up in the airport. He walks through the airport infrastructure, and he can have access to the floors. He does not have to show any documentation. He can walk up to the boarding gate and board the airplane without ever showing any of his documents. Here again is supporting and providing for the passenger a real positive user experience by making sure that stakeholders like airport operators, airline organizations, and police authorities, they work together, they collaborate, and they make the experience of the passenger very useful and very positive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miguel. Fantastic to hear there about biometric technology, seamless biometrics and contactless technology. Very interesting that the Malaysian airports example there, not to show your passport or even your boarding card. That's quite something. Fantastic, there are three keynotes there. The first one on the metaverse, and then of course a dream airport. We've heard three very diverse perspectives there in those keynotes. Fantastic way to start the day, and these keynotes offered so much insight into the possibilities of this sector. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we continue. We move on now. We turn our attention to how the cities of today can evolve into the cities of tomorrow. And for that, very shortly, we'll be joined by CGTN's Naweed Jabakil and his panel. But first, let's watch this inspiring video. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Maria. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with us. I must admit, I think my entrance is going to be underwhelming after Maria's Arabic skills, so a good start then. But the topic will be fascinating, no doubt. Just a quick show of hands to get this started. We saw some great cities in that video there by the World Travel and Tourism Council. How many of you here live in a city? If you just put your hands up, please. A good chunk then will, more than half of the world's population currently live in cities. That's expected to rise to almost 7 in 10 of us around the world by 2050. So that's going to mean a lot of pressure on those systems and urban areas as well. We have a fascinating panel to discuss this for us today. I'll welcome up to the stage first Hilda Perez Alvarado, the Global CEO of JLL Hotels and Hospitality. Joining us as well is Jerry Inzerillo, the President and CEO of the Riyadh Gate Development Authority, and a familiar face here in Riyadh, no doubt. We also have Dee Waddell, the Global Managing Director of IBM Travel and Transportation Industry at the tech giant IBM. Caroline Turnbull joins us from Australia. She's the Managing Director of Tourism, Western Australia. And last, but by no means least, Mitsuaki Hoshino, who's the Vice Commissioner of the Japan Tourism Authority. Thank you, everyone. So, as I mentioned there, huge pressure on these systems. 8 billion people, the world population, passed in the last few days, actually. That's set to rise to 10 billion by 2050. What it means for cities, how will they be designed in the future? What will the architecture look like? How will they be powered sustainably? The world is racing ahead towards net zero. Can we really expect 70% of the world's population to live in sustainable cities? Will there be enough jobs? Those are the sorts of questions that people will no doubt be asking. And how will people move around? Transportation, technology, all to discuss. I think the main theme that we're going to try and answer today is, if we were to reimagine a city, what would that city look like and what must be prioritized? Jerry, let me start with you then. What makes a great city?
Well, let me preface my comments by saying salam alaikum and a pleasant good morning. I'd like to also congratulate our wonderful colleagues, our chairman, Arnold Donald, and wonderful CEO, Julia Simpson, for this extraordinary event. I'd like to personally just give praise to wonderful His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, because his brilliance in making Saudi a powerhouse in tourism has been very inspirational, especially for all of us at Dedeya. But I think the great thing of a city is its identity, is its cultural identity, as a place of gathering, a place of sense of pride, a place where people can interact and share and be joyful. And that's intrinsic in Dedeya, it's intrinsic in Saudi Arabia. The ability to be human. Do you see me? Do you hear me? Does what I say matter? So I think all the great cities of the world, the one thing they have in common is this celebratory that we may not share the same ideology, but we share the same biology. And let's celebrate all that joins us together. And this gathering today with hundreds of countries, it's just very, very inspirational to me, and to see everybody come together. So I think the greatness of city is the shared humanity.
And Hilda, diversity also does appear in cities. Where do you think COVID-19 has impacted urban life and how the way we live or the way we work is changing?
Absolutely. I think, listen, first of all, to echo Jerry's comments, very grateful to be here and very grateful to all of you. Coming to Saudi Arabia for me is a massive source of inspiration and hope that we can do things better in the future. I would say, to answer your question, COVID-19, what it did is it upended how we live. It changed the way we live, work, play. We had to think about, we had to be thinking about how we were carrying on with our lives and doing things. So it's brought everything into perspective. I would say the biggest thing is we need to look, I know we're talking about the future and innovating and being faster and more efficient, but I think we have to design with purpose. And nature gives us purpose. Everything in nature is designed for a reason, okay? And so when you're looking at the world's greatest cities, they have purpose. They're efficient. They allow for connectivity. They allow for us to your point, Jerry, to make sure that we're interacting. We've been talking a lot about collaboration. Collaboration without connectivity doesn't work, right? So you need a city where the citizens are interacting with each other, where you're bringing in nature, you know, where there's a place where you can go walk, fresh air. The greatest cities in the world have amazing parks. It's not all about building vertically and making sure that the box fits and we can fit in as many people in that box as possible. So I think what the pandemic did is it put that need in evidence. And so again, I urge all of you as we're designing these great cities of the world, as we're designing, what you're doing, Jerry, here in Saudi Arabia, what the rest of the team is doing, let's design with purpose. And when you design with purpose, you have to have a long-term view. It's not about just efficiency. Efficiency actually can be very wasteful in the long term.
Mitsuaki, for those people who've been fortunate to go to Japan, some fantastic cities there, the likes of Tokyo, skyscrapers as far as the eye can see. What sort of impact does that have on the rural landscape, and how important is it in your considerations now to try and ensure there's some congruity between what happens in the urban and rural environments moving forward?
Thank you. First of all, the Assalamu alaikum, and then thank you for the Saudi Arabia's hospitality here. We really enjoyed staying here in Riyadh. And then, yes, true that from the tourist point of view, that this rural area is very important. But as for the inbound, foreign tourists, actually, for the first tourists who comes for the first time, they try to come to the Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, which called the Golden Route. They try to come to the big cities, not to the rural area. But before COVID, we had been trying to invite those tourists to rural areas, but not success. So as I told you at in the morning, actually, we after opening our border, we are now trying to promote another special, the project to invite the foreign people to experience the special and also the limited actually experience. So now and also for the domestic point of view, actually as she told, I echo her statement that after the COVID, a lot of people tries to enjoy the nature and not in touch. Try to touch with the nature. So now in Japan, a lot of the young people would like to go to rural areas. So we are now promoted two issues. The one is vacation. It's the same as here the world. And also the two is to make the another your hometown, second hometown, to promote the city people to visit frequently to the rural area. Thank you.
And I think from a travel and tourism perspective, that's something that many countries around the world are trying to do now to highlight their offerings outside of cities. Caroline, we spoke before the panel, and in London, living in London, I hear adverts for Western Australia, come and live in Western Australia, targeted at certain types of skills, like tradespeople. So you have the saying goes, build and they will come. It seems like you've built and now you need them to come.
Thank you. Yes, we do have that attitude about build it and they will come. I think a great example of that is to really set a clear vision for your respective destination. And I think collectively, I'm sure we can all agree that our experience here and what's been brought to life through the WTTC Global Summit 2022 here in Riyadh has been extraordinary. And to be present at the first evening and to hear from Jerry and to hear from the Ministry and the STA of the vision that exists here is absolutely extraordinary. And I came to this event with a clear vision for Western Australia, but my God, I'm going home to actually ensure that we are thinking as big as Riyadh is. It's great to hear that our marketing's working in the UK. We have recently unveiled an extraordinary new brand for Western Australia, and I think under that vision, it's really important to ensure that any city across the world is sharing a very clear and concise narrative. Why should somebody come to your city? And what does that unlock in terms of experiences, how people interact with the local community, what business opportunities do you present, what investment opportunities do you offer, and why do you want to return? You know, I think every city has a responsibility to ensure access as a gateway is one aspect, and then unlocking the true potential of that lifestyle aspect that I think Perth, Western Australia offers so beautifully to interact not just with the city, the community and the broader regions as well.
And we'll touch on local communities a bit more because I wanted to get your thoughts on that, Jerry. But Dee, I'll just come to you. Technology, smart homes, smart cities is something we hear about a lot when we consider cities of tomorrow. What role do you think technology ought to play in designing a good city? Lots of people here over the past couple of days have been working in local government or in policy. And is there a concern, do you think, that by enabling too much technology, we may be handing over a risky amount of control?
No, it's a great question, and I'm glad to be here. Wonderful discussion with the panel, thank you. But on the cities, for smarter cities, we're seeing technologies come before us right now, right? So for instance, I know that we've just had some significant advancements in automated driving, right? I know that there's a couple weeks ago, there's been some releases in some of the Tesla software that's been pretty popular on the internet about how well it's working. So you're starting to see some pieces on automated deliveries and driving and other things. Semis will happen in the US. So I think AI, we haven't seen how that will truly impact cities. But we've also seen, like the Boring Company, unique ways about going under, right? We've seen Hyperloop. I think Saudia and others in the region have done a great job about Hyperloop and other modes of travel. But I think within cities, it'll be how do I leverage the infrastructure and use technology to be able to develop these experiences we're talking about here. I think that's going to be the primary driver.
And just in terms of some of the technologies that, I mean, we hear about sponge buildings or gardens up in the air. What sorts of technologies in particular do you think are worth looking out for?
Yeah, well, I think it was a great discussion earlier by Paul and the team, but the Uber example, and I've used, right? We see Uber that have started to launch out beyond just the traditional taxi. They've gone to scooters, they've gone to, you know, VTOLs, the electric, vertical takeoff device equipment. So you're seeing that they're taking a platform approach into expanding out like Amazon did. I do believe very firmly, having been in the travel industry and tourism industry for many, many years, there's an opportunity for travel and tourism providers to look at being a platform versus being only a travel and tourism provider. You're seeing it with Uber. We all thought it was a taxi. Now we're seeing it come, and I do believe that Uber and the Amazons perhaps, but we'll see the Ubers come before airlines, come before rental cars, hotels possibly, where you're going to see a platform of how do you bring all these things together. So I think that'll be some of the enabling technology we'll see in the future as well.
Thanks, Jerry. I wanted to come to you. Saudi Arabia, lots of people around the world think about cities of the future, plenty of advertising taking place from NEOM, looking at things like the line, which are so futuristic, some people don't even believe they'll be achieved. But when it comes to the other side of that, Diriyah Gate, how important is it for urban areas to ensure that they're not just glass buildings and steel, but that they retain the cultural, traditional, historical aspect of countries like Saudi Arabia?
Yes, thank you. I know we're very limited on time, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. You see, the Crown Prince has a notion. When you work closely with him, you realize that almost every single one of his decisions, almost every one, boils down to what's the quality of life for my people. And if I'm going to be in a leadership position for many years, what thinking can I put in place now that will preserve the culture, the integrity, and quality of life for me, the region, and the world, where Saudi Arabia can be a role model? And why am I stuck with what cities did poorly or what cities learned in terms of evolution? Very quickly, for Diriyah is the birthplace of the kingdom. It started 300 years ago. We're building a city now with 180 million mud bricks the way we did it. But underneath that, so Diriyah can be a walkable city with great gardens and great paths. But underneath that, we have a whole infrastructure with new smart city technologies of water and fiber optics. We're putting 40,000 parking spots underground. We just, in our first year of eligibility, we're pre-certified for LEEDs on a platinum level. So what we're doing is we're preserving the identity, cultural richness, and authenticity of the interaction of people above with all the smart city below. This is ingenious. And this point, we're a Giga 2030 project. As you know, December 4th, we opened over $2 billion worth of assets in 2022. So those people who think that NEOM is aspirational, what the Crown Prince is saying is that we're starting our journey on the definition of quality of life now. So if we can prove that we can open assets in 2022 on a 2030 project, this bodes well for NEOM's future.
And just a quick point on the idea of smart below and historical on top. In a word, you think you can retain the authenticity and the organic feature of the realness to it?
Oh, not only do we think we can retain it, it's imperative. And the Crown Prince is extremely strict. First of all, you have to give praise to the custodian of the Tuli Mosque. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have the UNESCO World Heritage Site. But we absolutely, the first thing in the DNA of Diriyah is to preserve its identity and Saudi's rich cultural heritage.
Thank you. We're pressed for time, so if I could have about 90 seconds, Hilda, just to ask you about transport. Obviously, that's a crucial part of cities as well. What will they look like in the future? Mobility, how important is that? Will people prefer to walk, do you think, or do they want to get around drones in the sky?
Transportation, just basic infrastructure, that's critical. You know, that's what's going to make or break a city. And I would say when we're designing cities of the future, the first people you have to solve for are the inhabitants of the city. Okay, you take care of them, they will take care of the city, it will attract more people, okay? The reason why transportation is very important, of course, one, we talked about connectivity, ease of going from one place to the next, but it's also part of, you know, safety, public safety, okay? So we need to be very smart as to how we're thinking about this. I love what the European Union, some cities in the European Union are doing by providing free transportation, making it more efficient, becoming more environmentally conscious, but it's all, again, going back to what I said at the beginning, designing with purpose, okay? So the basic infrastructure will make or break a city, but again, define that transportation system for the inhabitants first, and then for the people who are gonna come visit.
Great, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot in the last 90 seconds or so. If we have, Dee, what's your favorite city in the world? If you can't name your own home city, what would you say is your favorite?
Well, I
as
have
brief
to
as
admit,
possible.
it's been wonderful to be here in Riyadh and here, but one of the favorites is Singapore.
Singapore. Caroline?
Well, I lived in Singapore for 15 years, so I'm very, I guess, passionate about, you know, Asia and the surrounds. But there's no denying that London is one of the most international cities in the world, and it's great to have those direct flights between Perth and London, opening up the rest of the world.
Thank you. Mitsuaki?
Actually, I grew up in Hong Kong, so the Hong Kong now, in that day was the ideal place for me.
Thank you. Hilda?
I don't have a favorite city. I love all my cities. I like how they make me feel. So, but you and I talked about London. I'm going to give London my vote right now.
And finally, Jerry.
Everybody knows my answer. There's only one Diriyah.
Great. But you see there, Southeast Asia We've got Southeast Asia, we've got Hong Kong, 2 for Europe and 1 here in the Middle East, which shows that cities really, truly are global. Thank you so much as well for your attention and being with us for this panel. I'll now pass over back to Maria. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please join me in thanking Naweed and his panel on cities. Thank you so much. And it's incredible that we have just hit that 8 billion mark. Fascinating. All right, we continue. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is ready there, waiting in the wings. And COVID, of course, changed how we engage with technology. We've heard a lot about technology already in the first day and, of course, this morning. With an increasing amount of people wanting a contactless experience for health and safety reasons, of course. But the reality is that the sector has been working for years to provide seamless and contactless end-to-end experience. And over the past few years, we've witnessed changes in spending habits that accelerated dramatically, of course, during the pandemic. What a time that was. And of course, we saw an increase in the number of people leading a very cashless life. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming the amazing CNN's Eleni Jokas and her panel to explore the future of technology-enabled travel. The stage is yours.
Good morning. Maria, thank you. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be with you again today. I know I saw a lot of you dancing last night. We had a great time. It was a lot of fun at the gala dinner. Great to see you. The conversations, the insights, the passion, the excitement about this industry continues today. And we have one of the most exciting topics, and I'm really happy to be having a fantastic panel with me today to discuss this. Is the future seamless and contactless? I want to refer something to what His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism of Saudi Arabia, said during the opening session yesterday. He said, "My wish would be a completely frictionless experience. No matter where I go, everything is on one platform, whether it's my vaccines, whether it's all my flights, the way I pay, the way I travel, that I don't have to have a plethora of paper." And it really struck me and it really resonated with me because I think this is going to form the basis of our conversation. I'd like to introduce my panel this morning, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of Tourism, Investments and Aviation for Bahamas, the Honourable Chester Cooper. Welcome, sir.
Thank you
Fantastic
very much.
to be with you today. A full disclosure, I have not been to the Bahamas, but it's also on my list. There's a lot of lists that are growing for me. A big welcome to Jenny Mundy, Global Head of Merchant Sales and Acquiring at Visa, and we've got Emily Weiss, the Global Travel Lead for Accenture. Great to have you all on. Deputy Prime Minister, I'd like to start with you. You know, the Bahamas really relies heavily on tourism. It is your bread and butter in so many ways. I'm sure that during the pandemic, you had to take a lot of tough decisions. We saw demand destruction, and now we're heading into a new era, hopefully one where travel has returned. Could you give me a sense of what you're seeing right now in terms of trends? And importantly, do you feel and do you see a big shift to a more seamless experience?
Thank you. Let me firstly thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the hospitality and His Excellency Al Khatib. Tourism is 50% of our gross domestic product in Bahamas and accounts for 65% roughly indirectly for jobs. So as you would imagine, we experience adversity during the COVID crisis, but there is a saying that out of adversity comes opportunity. So we've had an opportunity, the world has had an opportunity to reimagine tourism. And when we talk about seamless travel, the reimagination goes from the booking at night to the travel seamlessly through the airport, perhaps passing through a biometric corridor where you don't need to have contact with anyone. Just pass through, a camera takes your photo, you get on the airplane without having to have that contact, and then you arrive in the Bahamas, you get in your taxi or your rental car without having to present a form of payment. You arrive at your hotel, you check in, the next day you are on a beach buying a lemonade with that same one portfolio wallet from the booking straight through to the beach. You've not been able, you didn't have to make contact with anyone.
I'm just thinking
but it's
about
all
the beach,
payment in there.
not about paperwork and everything else that I need to do, right?
It is a little fanciful, but I believe in our lifetime it will happen.
In our lifetime. Okay, that's really exciting. Jenny, I want to bring you in here because there was a few sort of interesting data points that show that we're actually doing quite well. Global cross-border travel now exceeding 2019 levels by 16%. That's excluding intra-Europe travel. Mm-hmm. That is phenomenal. That is phenomenal because we've looked at a lot of data points, right? And we're looking to what, where we are right now. And I think this is very telling.
It's very telling. And I mean, listening to all of the various panels and speakers, I think there's an air of optimism. And when I look at our data, and it's a great rear view vision mirror that we have, we definitely see a lot of reasons for that optimism. And yeah, a good and a strong rebound of travel that even in some parts of the world, you can tell by my accent, I live and am British and live in London. But even there, where times are tough, we're still seeing travel holding up really well. So lots of reasons to be cheerful.
Very exciting. London I've been to, so that's not on my list anymore. And we've got a New Yorker with us as well. Emily, great to have you with us. You and I, we were sort of talking backstage and sort of fantasizing about what it would look like. And we were talking about it. Imagine having one app with one code that whenever we, book anything, a hotel, a flight, we would input that. All our, loyalty programs would be on one platform. It would be completely seamless. But the harmonization issue then comes up. How far away is Accenture from creating a platform like this? We're relying on you.
Well, it's not tomorrow, let's put it that way. As we talked about, one of the biggest challenges is the interoperability. And the reality is that data just resides in so many silos within individual companies. And then if you look across the entire ecosystem, that it's going to be incredibly challenging. That being said, there is a tremendous amount of progress being made in the infusion of data and leveraging of analytics and AI across companies to be able to utilize all of the customer and the traveler data to provide more personalized experience, to provide preferences and intents to be recognized, and then choice.
And that's multifaceted. You need the private sector to buy into these platforms, right? Cross-border, and then you also need governments to buy into these platforms, right?
In terms of identity, yes, you need the government and the borders, absolutely.
Deputy Prime Minister, if you could jump in here. Give me a sense of your biggest markets, because it's Canada, it's the United States, South America. Is there harmonization and seamlessness?
United States, Canada, UK, Europe. We are working on many emerging markets like the Middle East areas, as well as Latin America. In terms of seamlessness, there is some work to be done globally. Whilst I'm very optimistic about the capability of the technology, I'm not so optimistic about eliminating the bureaucracy. So there is little harmonization government to government. We've made some progress in terms of e-passports. We'll get to the point where there's global e-visas, but even down to the harmonization on banking levels. So you might have Apple Pay or Google Pay in the USA, and you may not be able to use it in the Bahamas, or you may have Cash and Go in the Bahamas. You may not be able to use it in the USA because the platforms aren't talking to each other.
Why are they not talking to each other yet?
I think this is an evolution, and I think we will get there. As we see with immigration policy, as we see with the harmonization of data protection laws, we also see with the harmonization of banking policies, the platforms simply aren't talking to each other. You can use a Visa or a MasterCard anywhere in the world, and there's automatic conversion, but I believe it's only 20% of people around the world who have credit cards. I believe there's 50% who have wallets, but the wallets don't automatically convert. So I cannot go to the beach in the Bahamas if I'm spending Riyadh and buy that lemonade as I forecasted, at least not yet, but we will get there.
Okay, how can Visa help?
I think we already have a fantastic, seamless global capability there, and you make a very good point that you can use your visa anywhere, and I think for us it's about trying to take more and more barriers down so that we can have this connected experience that you've so brilliantly brought to life. So, for example, how do we work with transit in many, many cities, and we're already in 600 cities, but how can we help people just get on a bus and use that contactless tap to pay with a brand, and they trust it, they know how it works. When you get off an airplane and you're traveling, you want to know that things are going to work. You want to have those barriers taken down.
It's like the Oyster card issue. Every time I go to London, I have to buy a new Oyster card.
Well, you don't need an Oyster card anymore.
Fantastic.
No, you just use your Visa card, you just tap a normal card, contactless, and you're on the tube.
It's about time,
and
isn't
off
it?
to go. And 600 transit systems now around the world, and these are the things that make a massive change. I mean, it seems very small, but those barriers are making payments a properly integrated part of that experience. So it's really seamless and really connected, I think is a vital part.
Emily, how would you say the pandemic changed the way that we travel from? I want to talk about the technology, right? Because everyone sort of became very digitally savvy. Businesses that weren't on digital platforms suddenly were like, okay, we need to catch up. Cash was definitely not king. We had to try and get into sort of a cashless way of working and thinking. Is there a legacy of this trend from the pandemic?
Yeah, there's sort of two pieces to it. So consumer expectations and consumer demands have risen tremendously. So there's definitely an expectation that the travel companies are going to respond to our needs, whether it be being seamless, being contactless, leveraging mobile apps, the reimagining of loyalty programs, right? Being able to use loyalty points in the currency as payments. There's all different demands now coming from the consumers so that they're not stuck in the old ways, and they're expecting that we're not just coming out of the pandemic and seeing the travel companies operating in the same manner that they had been previously.
What are the companies telling you? What is the private sector that's approached you telling you right now in terms of the tech that they want?
Well, number one, I think, is everyone got caught in a situation where the movement and the migration to the cloud was behind schedule in the travel industry. The adoption of AI is a bit behind in the maturity of it. And all of that is now in a bit of a catch-up mode. And there's a tremendous amount of work being done by the travel companies in the private sector, adopting cloud technology, allowing them to leverage data to provide more customized and preferential treatment so that customers can not just be, you're not just providing their choices to them, but allowing them to direct the travel companies to what their needs are. We're seeing that through use of data.
Deputy Prime Minister, when we talk about a cash-free society, and I think emerging markets still very much operate with a lot of cash, right? It's part of the fabric of those societies, but there's a big move towards a cash-free society. How does this translate into what you're seeing in the Bahamas? You've got so many islands, you've got so many different communities that you're dealing with. Could you give us a snapshot of what is happening, in terms of no cash, moving, sort of doing the big evolution from cash into a different payment system?
I think you rightly point out that moving towards contactless and cashless is influenced by culture and also age and socio-economic factors. What we saw in the Bahamas is more of a move towards digital payments. I would imagine that 50% of the population of the Bahamas would have used online payments for utility bills during the pandemic for the first time. We have a very open society, though, and we have 7 million tourists coming to the Bahamas, so it is important that that adaptation happens. And what we are seeing is a steady move towards cashless and contactless. The Central Bank of the Bahamas, for example, started a digital version of the Bahamas dollar. We have moved into several local payment wallets. And all of these have caused a movement, but cash is still king. in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And in a tourist environment, let's be real.
So I've got to draw money when I come to the Bahamas.
Well,
come with a wad of cash.
You can use credit cards. You can use many payment options. We
But
have modernized and we've adapted.
But if I go to the small villages and if I go to sort of the smaller, more remote places, I need to have cash.
Yes, for the most part. But we are moving to the point where you can use a mobile wallet. Everyone has a digital phone or cell phone that you can use using a wallet, and we're moving steadily towards that. On the issue of contact, we must always remember that tourism is a people business.
Yeah.
So talking with that vendor on the beach in Exuma, Bahamas is a part of the experience. And whilst there is the convenience and the hassle-free factor, and we want to eliminate the bureaucracy, I think a part of experiencing the people in the location that you visit is a part of the love that people have for our country.
There's two words that you've mentioned a lot. It's bureaucracy and the beach.
Yes. I love one, I hate the other.
I'm going to come to the, I mean, you've said it so much, like I'm just thinking beach and Bahamas and lemonade, you know. Jenny, I want you to jump in here. The cash revolution is real for so many societies. You know, I'm from South Africa and I've seen, a huge shift towards, anything electronic. We see the amazing things that are happening in Kenya with M-Pesa. But then we keep asking ourselves, is the cashless revolution real? Is it sustainable? Does it apply to countries, like the Bahamas, for example? And what do you see the barriers to entry being?
I mean, we definitely see cash moving more to digital. And there still is a lot of cash in the world. It's not going to go away anytime soon. And we need cash. It's about giving people choice. But definitely through COVID, what we saw is that shift to digital and to online. And we think about small businesses, and small businesses moving online was something they had to do to survive through COVID. And now they can use that capability to thrive as well. And I think that's a really important point. And when you think about all of the cash in the world, and your great story about the seller on the beach, 2/3 of all cash that we're using in the world is coming in through small businesses. So I think a lot of roads lead to those small businesses. And yes, absolutely take cash, but also where it makes sense to help them take digital payments as well, to make that easy. And to do that, of course, there's other innovations needed. A point of sale, can they afford one of those devices? And what we're seeing now is, we've got already 500,000 out there where you can turn your smartphone, either a Google or an iPhone, into a point of sale and actually accept payments on that.
And this is
so
the thing,
more
tipping.
barriers coming down.
So tipping, informal sector. So let's talk about this. This is important. If you really want to impact a community when you travel, right? You're going to go to the seller on the side of the road. You're going to focus on the informal sector, and you want to tip people.
You do.
And if you're not holding cash, it becomes a problem.
So digital tipping, we're seeing more and more capabilities. So I was at a beauty salon just last week. They've got a little QR code on the desk. You can scan that, tip your therapist, or as well. And this is from a London example in the museums in London. There's just a little box. All you do is just tap your contactless card, and it takes £2 or £5 to donate. And even some of the buskers in London have that now. So I think we're seeing a lot of capabilities now on digital tipping.
So democratizing point of sale systems, right, for the people on the ground in the street. We don't have much time left, but I want predictions and I want timelines and I want commitment of what you're planning to do. So when we meet again, we can see if you've delivered, right? Prime Minister, I'm going to go last to you, so I'm giving you some time to think about this. Emily.
Well, my prediction is that when we have this conversation a year from now, we're going to see a proliferation of these wallets, and they're going to be more interoperable between the different geographies.
Fantastic. And any commitment from Accenture that we can expect in terms of technology and innovation?
I'm sorry?
Any commitment that you'd like to put on the table?
By this time next year, we'll hopefully have helped our clients get there.
We will be back and we will ask you those questions. Judy.
Well, I mean, the continued rise of contactless, we're already at over 50% of all face-to-face being contactless. And if I take America out of that, we're at 70%. So let's get that up closer to 80%. Let's have more cities with contactless transit. We're at 600. I want to get that up to 650. And more tap-to-phone, point of sale in your hand. So we're 500,000 today. Let's double that.
You're in government, sir, which means bureaucracy could partly be in your hands to change. Commitments and predictions from you.
I think we're going to see more digital e-visas. We're going to see more waivers of visas from places like the Kingdom to the Caribbean, where you can have multi-destination travel around the Caribbean in a seamless way. Or you can come to the Bahamas and move onward to the USA, haven't gone through pre-clearance, and have a seamless transition by travel. And then, of course, in the next few years, I believe we will be able to have interoperability of those wallets around the world, no matter whether you're spending pesos or reals.
Very exciting. Thank you very much to all of you. It was a fantastic conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for my fantastic guests today. Thank you so much.
Fantastic panel, fantastic energy. Thank you. Wow, excellent, excellent, excellent. Really excellent panel. I loved it a lot. Now, we have covered so much. Thank you so much again, Eleni and her panel. We have indeed covered so much already. It was time now for a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get refreshed and get more energy for the final part of this second day. We'll be looking at the future of the sector and how we can work to accelerate recovery and growth. You can't miss this final session. And that's it for now. Refreshments are being served on the terrace. Please be back by 11:15 a.m. Enjoy the break. Bye-bye. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again. Welcome back to this exciting session of the WTTC Global Summit. Now, this session will explore how we can build our future together, from infrastructure and investments to partnerships and collaboration. And our first panel will consider the future of airports. And we already heard this morning from Paul Griffiths about the exciting future of airports there, the CEO of Dubai Airports. And of course, airports have evolved significantly, and they have different purposes, targeting different segments. I flew from Istanbul Airport, by the way, a fantastic airport indeed. And while certain airports have become efficient travel hubs, others are becoming destinations in their own right. And as we look to the future, what is the airport's vision for the future, and how will they evolve to achieve their ambitions? That is the question, that is the focus. And for that, it gives me great pleasure to once again welcome to the stage Naweed Jabakal and his panel. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Maria. Hello, welcome back. Hope you had a good coffee break. Assalamu alaikum to all the guests here. We heard from Paul Griffiths earlier, a big name in the world of airports and what he's achieved in Dubai. Some people love them, some people hate them. If you're like me, I get there as late as possible, try to run through, get on the plane and just want to get to the other side. But some people want to get there early. They want to leisure around and see what's on offer. But airports are changing. I mean, the grand designs in place now may see some look to have aquariums in the future or butterfly gardens and plenty of high-end retail. But just what does the future have in store for airports? To discuss that, a really timely time here in Saudi Arabia as well, given the announcement we've just had here at this summit for the King Salman International Airport. 6 runways, 120 million passengers by 2030, so plenty of ambition. I'd like to call to the stage His Excellency Abdulaziz bin Abdullah Al Doailej, the President of the General Aviation Authority here in Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency. Also joining us is Luis Felipe Oliveira, Director General of Airports Council International. And John Selden, again a familiar face for many here in Saudi Arabia, the CEO of NEOM Airport. Your Excellency, I'll start with you. 6 runways. London's Heathrow Airport was the busiest for the world for a long time. 2 runways, 120 million passengers by 2030. Why do you need this airport, and what's the thinking behind it?
Good morning. I think that's an interesting question, but to address the question, you need to understand the aviation, or the national aviation strategy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When the strategy was approved less than 2 years ago, the target was to reach more than 330 million passengers by 2030, compared to about 100 million that was achieved in 2019. And also, another target was to increase the connectivity, air connectivity, from about 100 destinations around the globe to more than 250 destinations. Of course, along with this, we have the targets on the cargo, which are going to be quadrupled from about 800,000 tons to more than 4.5 million tons. Now, the announcement that was made by His Royal Highness on King Salman's new airport talked about 2 main milestones. The first one is the 2030 vision, which is reaching 120 million passengers. And the 6 runways, that is the second phase, where the airport will be expanded to accommodate up to 185 million passengers and about 3.5 million tons of cargo.
And thank you, Your Excellency. Luis, airports around the world, it's becoming a rather competitive thing when it comes to building the best airport, the biggest airport. In your opinion, looking at it from a global perspective, what makes a good airport and what should countries around the world and policymakers be looking for when they're thinking about designing these buildings for passengers?
Thank you. First of all, it's very excited to be here in Saudi Arabia, especially in this important moment for the country with a lot of changes, a lot of investment coming in. And the global airports, we run around 9 billion passengers from the year of 2019. We expected to double the size by 2040. And to double the size, we need to be more efficient. We need to be more efficient as a whole ecosystem. On an airport, when you realize that it's not only the airline and the airport, it's the whole ecosystem that needs to work well, needs to work together in order to have a seamless travel experience for the passenger. And at the end, we need to focus on the passenger experience at all. That's why basically the investments needs to come, the new ideas needs to come to improve the efficiency that we have to bring the better experience for our passengers. At the end, they are the reason of our existence.
And John, we heard about some of the Saudi aviation strategy and how it fits in with Vision 2030. Obviously, NEOM is very important to Vision 2030. You have the advantage of a rather blank canvas in terms of designing an airport. How are you going to be using technology in particular, something that's becoming synonymous with NEOM?
Well, good morning and thank you. NEOM is a blank sheet of paper. So when I came here, I was given that blank sheet of paper and worked with a great team to come up with the future. And the future, we all know it's going to be high-tech, seamless, frictionless, all of those things. But the real future of NEOM is that when you arrive at the airport, you will be in the city. You will be in the line. And we need to bring that experience forward. So instead of focusing necessarily on the airport and being a destination, we want to facilitate getting you into the city as fast as we can. And when you think about speed, that reduces dwell time of passengers that are going to spend money in your airport, right? That you make money in parking. Well, in NEOM, there's no parking. We're going to be on a green rail system. So we don't have that. We're going to have a very quick, seamless, high-efficient airfield with minimum taxi times and connecting times. And because we are the greenfield, we can design to that standard. There's many examples around the world of how to do this right. And we're going to take that and make it better in NEOM. So you look at the revenue piece and you say, okay, I lose parking. Concessions and sales are going to be low because you're not in the airport very long, a few minutes. Oh, boy, what do I got left? We have aeronautical charges, and oh, by the way, we have leases. Well, aeronautical charges, we need to keep down so we track the traffic so airlines can make profits. So now you think about it, the airport will be a part of the city. It will be in that ecosystem, which is very different than the business models that you see out there today.
And Your Excellency, looking at Saudi Arabia, but airports all around the world, staff shortages have been something that's impacted the sector, particularly in airports. What do you think can be done to use technology to try and reduce those sorts of difficulties in the future?
That's an interesting question. I think post-COVID, the aviation industry faced many challenges, starting from the various or different health protocols that have been adopted by different countries. It was so confusing for travelers to adapt with different health protocols at different countries. And this is why the Kingdom has announced during the last Future Aviation Summit in May the so-called Health Air Protocol, or HAT. And that has been also submitted to the AKU Council last month for approval to ensure that we have a unified health passport or health travel document among all countries and travelers. The second is the raising cost. Raising cost is another challenge that has been faced by airports post-COVID. Third is capacity. A lot of CapEx projects have been either put on hold or delayed or shifted or canceled as a result of the COVID era. And then now it's, airports are struggling to catch up and bring those projects on time. The staff shortage is the main challenge that was faced during the last, specifically summer. And I recall my colleague Luis here, last May, the European ACI Council issued a statement warning travelers that summer in Europe will be very difficult and we will see a lot of congestions and as a result of staff shortage. And the statement also mentioned that it takes about 16 weeks from recruitment to deployment to bring back skilled labor or manpower in airports, whether airside or in the terminals. You really need training, you need certification, you need security clearance, and that takes time. So we, at least in the kingdom here, tried during the last Hajj and summer season, to support airports, also different players, ground handlers, airliners in the ecosystem to accelerate the approval process, whether it's certification, security clearance, through digitized portals and programs to ensure that this process is minimized at the lowest.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's been reflected by the leaders of airports in major cities around the world, that it's ground handling that's been a major issue, Louise. But if you look at the impact that the pandemic had, we all remember those empty check-in desks, the runways at a standstill. What do you think the industry, in terms of airports, has learned from the pandemic to try and better equip it for what's to come?
Well, the last 2 years was incredible tough for the whole industry. I used to travel a lot even during the pandemic times, and even for experienced travel, it was so difficult to travel because the usual check-in process usually take 5 minutes, was taking 20 minutes per passenger, the security checks and others. That's why basically we have a very difficult period of time that the travel was difficult, and when we restarted to travel again, we are seeing the shortage of staff and the other things that has turned our lives a little bit more difficult. I think we had a great opportunity to learn with the process, and I think what ICAO did with the Council of Aviation Recovery Task Force, bring like some guidelines to the world, what we need to address as an airport and as an ecosystem in terms of the health and hygiene measures. Future pandemics will come, and you need to be ready to not commit the same mistakes we had during this pandemic in terms of the way that we act and react to the situation. The second point, I think, was a great opportunity for us as an airport to rethink ourselves and what we can do better. That's why the use of technology was something that was really impressive in evolved during this period of time, where the people are thinking about a more seamless process, how we can use the technology to improve. However, as we discussed it before here as a panel, the touch points that you have in an airport are so many stakeholders that you need to involve, from the check-in to the baggage, to the lounge, to the security. We need to find a way that we put that together as an ecosystem to be more seamless travel, and I think that is something is a challenge for the future for us.
I'll come to that in a second, John, but just in terms of demand, we heard yesterday from the World Tourism Organization about 65% of pre-pandemic levels travel is currently at. If you take this region, for example, you've got grand plans here in Saudi Arabia, you have a travel hub in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha, Istanbul, a little further afield. Do you think the demand is going to come for all of this, for all these airports to be built and operated?
Well, we expected as a world basis that in 2024 we fully recover from 2019 numbers. We are now behind because of Asia, especially because it's still China very close. But we expected that in 2024 we reach like the numbers that we have in 2019. In terms of the future, as I mentioned before, we will double the size by 2040 in terms of the industry. The airports need to invest around $2.4 trillion to cope with this growth. And with that, we have a lot of challenges ahead. How we can improve the seamless process at the airports, how we can cope with the new sustainability requirements. That's why the challenge is how we can better use our facilities, how we can speed the process. Airports are built not to be stagnated in the airport. You need to move on, you know. And I think the concept is that you need to move on fast, you need to make this happen, and technology investments need to be aligned with that.
And John, the airports need to move forward. I'm going to read something I wrote down from Paul Griffiths, the CEO of Dubai Airports. His presentation earlier, he said, quote, "The hardware is simply the means. Customer interaction with products should be as minimal as possible." And I'm talking to Paul shortly, so apologies if he thinks that this wasn't what he tried to say, but that's a direct quote. The hardware is simply the means. Customer interaction should be as minimal as possible. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. When you say the hardware, you're talking the airplane?
About the infrastructure of the airports, yeah.
So the infrastructure that's there, and I think we hit a little bit of it earlier. If we take technology and make security go away, make customs immigration go away, turn the airplanes twice as fast as we do now, instead of an hour and a half, you do it in 45 minutes. We don't need that much infrastructure to double. It's there. We have to figure out a way to use it much more efficiently, much faster turnarounds, get the airplanes up in the air as fast as we can. We need to have systems where we don't leave gates and we don't burn fuel on taxiways until we're ready for takeoff, right? We don't need a queue at the end of a runway. Let's take the infrastructure we have, maximize it, take that customer experience to that seamless journey where we don't have to take off our shoes and our belts and all of these things. Use that space that's there, maybe for revenue purposes, for lounges, whatever, generate it. The capital will come later on as we get these passengers going, we generate more revenue at the airports. But the airports right now are tremendous facilities already. We just don't operate them correctly. We need to focus on that efficiency of that airfield and how to make those airlines make more money.
Thank you, and Your Excellency, just to pick up on that, what we see now is airports are becoming destinations very much. That's what makes them stand out, but they're economically important as well. Here in Saudi Arabia, Her Highness Princess Haifa yesterday said the goal of the strategy by 2030 is to raise the contribution to GDP to about 10% from about 3% in 2019. How important will airports be in the aviation strategy?
Well, I think the aviation strategy in a holistic view is looking at all segments, whether it's airports, airlines. I always call it the 4 A's: airports, airlines, airplanes, and amenities. These are the key players that are, airports comprise of, the aviation comprise of. Now, on the contribution side, the strategy calls for an investment, a total investment of about $100 billion in the aviation sector from today till the end of 2030. And this will mostly be in airports development, no airplanes, and the remaining other ecosystem components, whether it's MRO, cargo, ground handling, and other services that are being provided in the whole ecosystem. So the contribution of the aviation is integral to the GDP of the economy. Also the contribution to the manpower, the human capital. We expect about 1.1 million of direct and indirect new jobs that will be created by the aviation sector by end of 2030. The aviation is an enabler to all the remaining or other economic segments. When you come to a country, the first thing you see is an airport. In the kingdom, today we have 29 airports. The kingdom is a continent with 2.1 million square kilometers of an area. We expect to reach the 330 million passengers that we expect to expand our current airports, whether it's Riyadh as announced through King Salman's airport. Jeddah expansion is going to be closely similar. We're talking about 114 million passengers in Jeddah. We have the new modern airports in Red Sea and in Neom, and the upgrade of all the remaining domestic and regional airports to cater to this objective.
Thank you. And Louise, looking at the growth in airports, sustainability is a word we've heard a lot about here in recent days, and indeed in recent months with COP27 taking place not too far away in Egypt. Are airports and the people behind airports doing enough to try and think about the impact environmentally they're having on local communities as well? Because traditionally there's been a lot of resistance to airports putting down runways. Is there enough happening to try and make it more sustainable in the future?
Well, it's interesting because we are the first international aviation organization that we set up a target by 2050 to net zero carbon emissions. And that not come as a dream, comes with programs that we already implemented 10 years ago. That's why basically we started to work in the airport carbon accreditation that we developed around 10, 12 years ago. And an organization as us, that we have 2,000 members around the world that represents 96% of the global traffic, around 400 airports are already part of the program. And basically that represents around 50% of the traffic. That's why the airports are already engaged in sustainability. Of course, we need to continue to engage. We need to be enablers for the future of the aviation, because if you think about our footprint is less than 4%, but if you work together with the airlines, with the suppliers, with the engine manufacturers, how we can build up the future together, I think will be the better way. And the airports as enablers need to be engaged in this process, and we are doing everything we can to join all the forums as we can to facilitate that future for the economy, for the socio-economic benefits for the communities that we serve.
And John, the communities around airports are really important. Connectivity and trying to make an airport part of a wider system in an urban area. You mentioned that there won't be parking at NEOM Airport, so how will people get around? Do they use jetpacks? Do they use drones? What's the plan?
No. We're going to have an extensive rail system that will be in place in NEOM, and obviously the future of eVTOL, maybe a mode of transportation to get there. And if the destination is such that you want to drive or camp out in the mountains, maybe an electric vehicle. So when I say no parking, it would be small parking. But from a sustainability perspective, the airports can drive sustainability. One, if you have green energy. If you have green energy, the airport can be pretty much 100% green. Battery-powered support equipment, hydrogen-powered backup generators, those kinds of pieces of equipment were good. The problem is the jet, obviously. The jet and biofuels are a great way to start working at it, but the future is hydrogen. The future is creating green hydrogen and creating an aircraft that can actually, a jet that can fly on it. There's fuel cells that are out there that can generate electricity, that can turn a propeller already. Limited, but technology will get us there. And you'll see in the future that Airbus and Boeing are both working very diligently on trying to perfect a hydrogen-powered jet. It's going to take some time, but biofuels are a great start to go forward.
And looking at connectivity at the moment, NEOM Airport, it's operational for domestic flights, is that right?
Yes.
You're looking to expand to international
Absolutely. We view our airports as the front door to NEOM. Direct connectivity from NEOM to locations around the world is going to make NEOM. Without that, we know we will have some impacts to tourism and some things. So direct connectivity is the economic engine that is going to drive NEOM, especially the tourism industry. As we go forward, that connectivity is critical to the success, we believe, of NEOM, and we are going forward with that very strongly in NEOM. And again, there's a whole bunch of competition out there. We don't want to compete with them. We want to support NEOM, the airport, the airline, one unit to drive that connectivity to NEOM.
Brilliant, and I'll just pick up on that and finish off. We've got a couple of minutes, Your Excellency, with the strategy more broadly. When it comes to the aviation authority, it's not just airports, airlines as well, the planning of a new airline. Why is aviation so important to Saudi Arabia's future plans?
I think as I mentioned earlier, aviation is the key enabler for all the remaining initiatives and programs of Vision 2030. And this is why we are focused on ensuring that we achieve our targets, bringing about 100 million passengers through tourism, about 37 million passengers for Umrah and Hajj, and about 70 million for domestic traffic, and remaining for business and other activities. So aviation is key pillar in achieving the Vision 2030 different programs. It is an enabler that will help and support other Vision 2030 programs.
Thank you very much, and we'll leave it with that with a few seconds to go. Thank you once again to my panel, His Excellency Abdulaziz bin Abdullah Al Duailij, President of the General Aviation Authority here in Saudi Arabia, Luis Felipe Oliveira, Director General of the Airports Council International, and John Selden, Chief Executive Officer of NEOM Airport. Thank you, and I'll hand back to Maria.
Thank you so much to Naweed and his panel. Fantastic. Once again, a round of applause for that panel. Well, we heard there from the CEO of NEOM Airport, and we will continue with this exciting theme. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a need for a civilizational revolution. We need to think in a less systematic way, and also more about really designing human-centric experiences without forgetting, of course, the world around us. Now, our next keynote speaker will tell us about an ambitious vision, giving us a very exciting glimpse about a destination for tomorrow, what that will look like, feel like, and where mobility, life, and work are completely reimagined. Very exciting indeed. It gives me great pleasure to welcome the Chief Executive of NEOM, Navmi Al Nasser. Welcome to the stage. Coming. I have sound. Do you have sound? Not yet, not yet. Technology is coming. Oh, we're bringing you a hand mic. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, thank you. All right, here we go.
sectors that collectively will build up the whole economic system and model for NEOM. One of these sectors is tourism. So you can see where tourism fits. It's one of a much bigger economic model. However, our model also and our philosophy when it comes to tourism in NEOM, everything we are developing, such as the sectors I mentioned, they will be part of the tourism model. For example, we are going to build a renewable energy fully energized by solar, by wind, by green hydrogen. We will only use these three sources. So what does energy renewable have to do with tourism? When we go and build our solar panels, when we go and build our wind miles, when we go and build our green hydrogen, we build them to also be a destination for tourism. When they come and visit NEOM, they want to go and visit how solar panels look like. They would like to go and build and see and enjoy what we call windmills. We actually don't call solar panels in NEOM solar panels. We call them solar park, wind park. They will look beautiful. They will look things that people would like to go there and take a picture with. So that's what we are doing. Everything we are developing, we want it to be also a piece of art, a piece of attention, a piece of attraction to our tourism. So the mix of all these sectors are all there to serve tourism in NEOM. I'll give you an example or two. So we announced the start of what we call Oxagon. Oxagon in NEOM is the industrial area. It is the logistics area. It is the port of NEOM. It is where we are going to receive everything before it goes into NEOM. It is going to be where all the boats, all the ships, all transportation. It is going to be where all industries will be. Yet, there are tourists. When they come to NEOM, we would like to see them spending a day or two in Oxagon. Why? Because they want to go there and see the future of industry in the world. Everything in NEOM is built for the future era. We want them to come and see how the future seaports will operate and how they will look like. We want them to see the first logistical hub that's built worldwide, that's going to be built on a floating city. It's not on land, it's a floating city for a better sustainability. We want it to be a tourism destination. If we go and look for the line, and you have heard about our line, we want people to go there. They don't have to live in the line, but they want to go there and see what the line is all about. How does it look? All of these assets we are producing will be part of our tourism extension and our tourism destination. So in the line, we want people to come there and see how our sport stadiums are built and where are they built, at what level. By the way, the sport stadiums in NEOM that is in the line is a 300-meter high, loose and hanging in the air. So people would like to go and see, let's go and see what this stadium is. But we did not build it loose just for the sake of having it loose. We believe that's the best use of space for a stadium. As John mentioned, our CEO for the airport in the previous session, we are going to be on a full mobility system that is no gasoline, no gas. It's all either green hydrogen or renewable energy. And people would like to and would have to exercise and enjoy the experience of how this is. What is this new lifestyle
that NEOM will be. Another example is, which is something between tourism and industry. We are building, as we speak, the largest marina on earth. The marina will have over 8,000 berths to receive all yachts, all boats from all over the world. We're building it in a different model, in a model where it makes people say, how is this going to operate? But it's going to be the most efficient marina that the world will have experienced. So another thing that we have in tourism in NEOM is not only future, but history. NEOM is a 5,000-year-old region. NEOM, where all religions have passed through. NEOM is where prophets have passed through and lived there. So there we will blend the past and the future. And that will be a very exciting experience to our tourism and tourists to go. We have 15 islands we are developing today, and developing an island is not just an easy task. We are building these islands as a collection of 15 islands as phase one. And the idea behind it is we want to go back to the time where in our childhood we used to travel to Greece. And one exciting part of going to Greece at my childhood time is we used not to visit an island. We used to visit a group of islands, and people would be jumping from an island to an island. That's our approach for our islands. Another aspect of NEOM that it's going to be part of tourism, but not a tourism by design, that is our commitment in NEOM that 95% of the whole land of NEOM, which is equal to 25,000 square kilometers, is going to be a nature reserve, untouchable. We started it, we opened it, and there we are going to bring two parts of it. We are rewilding this wild area. We have already brought animals that have been living there and disappeared centuries ago. We are rebringing them here. And we are also re-greening NEOM. We are going to plant and seed 100 million trees in NEOM. And that by itself is a massive exercise that will bring NEOM back to what it used to be. Before I conclude, if someone says, what is so special about NEOM? And let me tell you three words. Location. We are 2 hours away from Europe. Believe it or not, we see Africa, I mean within miles. We are a connection of 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. And that location is so unique. Climate is superb. For those that have not been there, when we are done and we are ready to receive you as visitors and as tourists, you will get a feel for what that means. We are building an airport that is at the end of our line, and it's going to be a very unique design of an airport. It will be the first airport yet to be built where the airport is part of our line. So airports, airlines, airplanes land, and then their gates open to the line. So passengers are yet to leave the plane, and as they walk out, all they see is the line where 9 million people will be living in. And the passengers, you can imagine the experience of passengers after 9-hour flight, and the door is open and they just get out to the line and they just experience it. We are also establishing our own airline, like John mentioned. Why? Because we want to make sure tourists coming to NEOM as a destination will have no stop in the middle. It's a non-stop flight from wherever they are departing to come to NEOM. To us, that's very, very important to gain and give our tourists and our visitors the experience of life. Nothing worse in traveling, and you are all, like all of us, traveling from a place to a place. It's the challenge we have is when you have to keep changing airports and airplanes. So when you all are ready to come and visit with us, that's what you'll see. I would like to leave you with this. We have announced the launching of Trojena, and many of you may have seen it when we announced it. We are calling it the treasure of NEOM. It's really the jewel of NEOM. Why? It's the place we're going to show ski resorts in Saudi Arabia, ski resorts in the Middle East at a height of 2,700 meters. People, when we said that in our opening, they said, "Are you sure? Skiing in Saudi Arabia?" It is. We are sure because as we speak, we are constructing the ski resorts. It skis. It snows 3 months a year, and when it snows, I can tell you, it snows. We get overwhelmed, we get covered with snow, and you see families and everybody go to the mountain. We have a lake that we are building at 2,600 meters high. As we speak, we are digging the mountains to build a 3 kilometers long lake, 600 meter wide lake. We're building a skating resorts over the lake. So it's not just a lake, but skating. That's why we call Trojena as Trojena. We have Fualt, that is basically a complete city that will contain 9 hotels, all inside the mountain of Trojena. So it is a very pleasant place where I can assure you, when we open these facilities, you may remember my remarks, but even if you don't, I will remind you of how these places are going to look. So I hope I'm leaving you with a better understanding of our tourism model, blending our economic model with tourism sector as a one big sector that bring up NEOM as a destination of 7 million visitors by 2030 and 15 million visitors by 2040. I will leave you with a film on Trojena. Thank you.
Journey to New Heights, a unique global destination driven by cutting-edge technology in NEOM. This is Trojena. Breathtaking architecture and innovative engineering fold seamlessly into the natural landscape, ascend to a vertical village, a portal connecting the digital and the physical. The seasonal climate provides a multitude of high-altitude adventures in the Arabian Peninsula with the region's first outdoor ski experience. Enjoy the buzz of world-class entertainment, the crisp mountain air, and the world's most advanced health and well-being center nourish both body and soul. And as night falls, you can witness the stars as you've never seen them before. Welcome to Trojena, the mountains of NEOM.
I think the only word there is wow. What an amazing project. What an amazing presentation there. Thank you so much, Nazim Al-Nasser, CEO of NEOM. And even before I arrived here in Saudi Arabia, my colleagues in Istanbul had said, or the journalists I spoke to, wow, ask them about NEOM. It is so exciting. And to actually see it and hear from the CEO is another level. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we continue. More excitement to come. And in the coming decade, travel and tourism is projected to grow at an average annual rate of 5.8%, more than double the 2.7 average percent annual growth estimations for the overall economy. Now, taking away the learning of this two-day program and with this exciting vision of traveling for a better future, let's now focus on ambitious investments and partnerships required to build a more resilient, inclusive and sustainable sector. And for that, please welcome once again the BBC's Zainab Badawi to the stage and her panel. Welcome to all of you.
Microphone, please work. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Maria. Assalamu alaikum, sabah al khair. I'm Zainab al Badawi in Arabic, or Zainab Badawi. My pleasure to be moderating this session with this wonderful panel I have behind me. The Minister of Spain just said to me now that there are more women than men on the panel. That's the new Saudi Arabia. So, anyway, I'm not going to talk for very long, but just to set the scene, we're going to be talking about traveling for a better future. You know, the WTTC provide us with all these wonderful statistics, and one that we're going to be discussing is the fact that, of course, the tourism sector in the coming decade, travel and tourism, is expected to create 126 million new jobs, and also it's going to grow at an annual average rate of nearly 6%, which is nearly twice as much as the overall economy. But we want to make sure that that expanding world of travel and tourism is going to be done in a way which creates a better future for all of us, travellers and also the host people. So we're going to be looking at the issues of how do we get better investment, how do we achieve our sustainability goals so that we have a resilient, inclusive and sustainable travel and tourism sector. Without further ado, I'm going to talk to my wonderful panel on my right here. I'll introduce them as I come and speak to all of them. Lindiwe Sisulu. Lindiwe, you are South African political aristocracy, the daughter of the great Walter Sisulu, of course, who was so instrumental in bringing South Africa to independence. And you yourself have been quite a force also in the nation. You have held many posts in government, Minister of Home Affairs, Minister of Defence, Minister of International Relations, and now you occupy the portfolio of Minister of Tourism, which you assumed earlier this year. Yeah. You've launched this new campaign in South Africa, which is Live Again. I think that the South African economy depends for about 6% of its GDP on tourism. Yeah. I'm going to ask all of my panel just very quickly to set the scene so our audience know what you are doing in your country. So, Minister, your time starts now. Just give us a quick overview of your vision.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. Is it good afternoon now? We are gearing ourselves up after COVID, and as you know, we were the hardest hit out of this pandemic. And we are preparing ourselves now to make sure that we have a sustainable industry. And we have launched several programs. One of them is Live Again, because when we were in lockdown under COVID, we were affected very badly. So we've begun to live again, and we want to ensure that we have sustainability so that should we have another pandemic, we're ready for it. We've learned from where we've come from, and we would like to make sure that in future we don't suffer the backlash that we've suffered right now. But beyond that, we are making sure that we are in touch with our neighbors, and hopefully soon we'll have a single entry visa for most of our countries around us. Okay. Ease of travel is, of course, very important, and we are partnering with various other countries to increase our airlift I could go on and on and on.
Okay, well, you'll have a chance. You'll have a second bite at the cherry. But thank you for that opening remark. Thank you. On my left is the Minister of Tourism, Trade and Industry and Tourism for Spain, Reyes Maroto. And just by the way, Reyes is going to be speaking in Spanish, so please do reach for your translations. Unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, Minister, but she does understand English, so she won't need to wear them. You've been Minister of Tourism and Travel and Trade and Industry since 2018, and we know that Spain is one of the most popular destinations for tourists. I think it accounts for about 12% of your GDP. But again, you've obviously suffered a little bit during COVID, but just give us an idea of how you want to build your vision for tourism, because you've got this 2030 strategy, which has got 3 pillars. Just very quickly articulate those pillars for us, Minister.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, felicidades a la organización por convocarnos un año más para hablar de viajes y turismo a nivel mundial. España efectivamente es un líder turístico mundial, pero la pandemia también nos hizo que repensásemos el turismo y que la salida de la pandemia tenía que ser distinta. Nosotros estamos apostando por un modelo turístico basado en la calidad, y que sea protagonista de los desafíos que estamos abordando en el mundo, el cambio climático, la digitalización y también la inclusión. Queremos atraer a los jóvenes, a las mujeres. El sector turístico sin duda es una palanca para la modernización de nuestros países y por lo tanto calidad, calidad, calidad creo que es el futuro del turismo en España y a nivel mundial.
Thank you very much indeed. I don't speak Spanish, and unfortunately this did not register in English, but I thank you very much indeed for your opening comments. All the same, Minister. Let me come to you, José Al-Fakhri. You are the CEO of the Saudi Tourism Development Fund, and you have, as we heard a little bit earlier, this great vision to ensure that you attract lots more visitors to Saudi Arabia. I believe the goal is about 10 million per annum. You want to also increase tourism to 10% of GDP. It's currently at about 3%. So just very quickly, set the scene for us. How are you going to do that? Or what do you want to do, actually?
Absolutely. Welcome to Arabia. We're very happy to host you in Saudi Arabia again, and welcome for whoever here for the first time. When the government approved the National Tourism Strategy, part of it was creating the Tourism Development Fund. This is a clear evidence by the Saudi government to show the commitment for the private sector. We are here today as TDF, and we are one of the sponsors of this great event to show commitment for the private sector, for international operators, international investors, and local to team up together to build and enhance the offering in the country. This is our second operational year, and since inception, we've been doing great. We've built a great track record. Since inception, we have committed almost 7 billion riyal on our second operational year. If you take the project size that we're talking about almost 28 billion riyal only on the second operational year. We've been working with who's who globally in adventure, entertainment, hospitality to enhance and to bring the right offering. What we're trying to do is to leverage on what we have in terms of assets, heritage, the great culture and great welcoming people, in addition to focusing on SMEs. And I think this subject was discussed several times before, helping entrepreneurs and SMEs to expand the offering and to focus on authenticity, also helping people like my colleague here and others to bring the right offering to the market.
Thank you very much indeed, José. Thank you for those opening remarks. Let me go to Pansy Ho now. He's Group Executive Chairman and MD of Shuntak Holdings Limited, which was established back in 1962. So actually you're celebrating your 60th birthday in a way, but you actually were listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange in 1972. And you've got this vast portfolio of real estate and infrastructure and travel and hospitality sector, and you do just about everything possible in the private sector. So just give us an idea of how you see this issue of traveling better in the future from the private sector's point of view.
Okay, so I'm here to share my
direct and personal experience, I work in my family, founded now a listed company in Hong Kong and also a small conglomerate that was established some 60 years ago by my father. And it was done because at that time, Macau was still under the Portuguese rule and needed desperately to have a pillar industry, and they have chosen therefore to utilize gambling or gaming, developing out casinos. And my father won a monopoly license, and we had since then been a critical factor in helping to grow out the whole economic fabric and also, of course, our own business. Now it's on to our second generation, and I'm taking over and running this small conglomerate business now into a bigger tourism-led investment company that is starting to help innovate and also kind of transform Macau into a more holistic tourism destination. In a way, my job is not unlike, some of our ministers' excellencies on stage in a way, because I would have to be working very closely in collaboration with the government in crafting public-private partnerships. So already over 30-some years of my own direct experience, it was helping to grow international points of promotion abroad for Macau. It was investing to the effect of some over $5 billion now, $5 billion in US dollars terms, and also making sure that we are going to be engaging the community. And then we are building the whole infrastructure from the transportation linking Hong Kong, Macau, and the different airports in the Pearl River Delta now to going on the bridge, the super bridge linking Hong Kong, Macau, and Zhuhai, to developing out all the non-gaming sectors, including MICE, arts and culture, entertainment and sports tourism, and of course building the hardwares in terms of the facilities, the hotels, the resorts, and the casinos. And the next phase is going into another decade of new growth.
We'll ask you about the next phase. It's just setting the scene at the moment. Thank you very much indeed, Tansy. Federico Gonzalez, you are CEO of the Group CEO of the Radisson Hotel. Just some brief opening comments about how you are really very much pursuing a sustainable agenda in your group.
Yes, thank you everybody. Congratulations to you all and to the WTTC for this fantastic event. Radisson is trying actually to become one of the top 3 brands in the world. Okay, today I'm very happy to be here with some of the destinations. We are strong in Saudi, but we can become stronger. We are strong in South Africa, a country where we started many years ago, where we have great hotels, and we recently entered Spain, but we have now 9 hotels and hopefully many more in the future. I think, beyond sustainability, I think in order to become one of those top 3 hotel companies in the world, we need to make sure we have the right brands, that we have the right partnership with every single destination. That means every single destination we need to work together to make things work. And then, as we will talk later on sustainability, it's critical that we start moving and making steps in the next 2-3 years. We are all fully aligned, but we'll talk later on the end vision. But before the 50, I may not be here in 50, so we need to make sure that we make concrete things that we can talk later during the next 1, 2, and 3 years. That will make us.
Why won't you be here in 2050?
Yeah, that's right.
They have to create an enabling environment for the travel and tourism sector to flourish. So obviously, as a government voice, how do governments go about doing that in ensuring that there's a proper regulatory framework for investment, that you have effective private-public partnerships, and also, of course, the important role of the government in ensuring that the infrastructure is there, which is proven quite a challenge, I'm sorry to say, in South Africa at the moment.
It is proving to be quite a problem for the whole of Southern Africa. We've spent a lot of time trying to work out how we can attract people to South Africa, especially investors, by assuring them about the political stability that we have, assuring them about the infrastructure that we're putting in place, availability of flights, and all of those things that would make them eager to come and invest in our own country. We've taken note of the fact that we need to do something about ease of travel, which means that our visa regime has to be stepped up. We are offering a healthier visa regime than we've had. We are working together with our neighbors to make sure that there is a possibility of making sure that the Southern African travel regime is in concert with our own policies. We assure them that we are a much safer place than they might have imagined a few years ago. We are working on creating a climate and an environment that is safe. We've just come out of Omicron, and I know you don't want to go there, but we've learned a lot from being isolated, and we've worked very hard to ensure that the environment is friendly, and the visa regime is, manageable, and the political situation very good.
Yeah, you've got to get people into the country. Of course, yeah.
And we're the friendliest country in the world, by the way.
You are a very friendly country. I'm a great admirer of your country. Minister Reyes Maroto, so you are part of the governing socialist coalition in Spain. And so I want to ask you in particular, because when we talk about developing tourism, we must ensure that there is an equitable distribution of the profits of the travel and tourism sector. That's one point I want you to look at very briefly. But also, I talked about the creation of new jobs in the travel and tourism sector, but there are lots of vacancies at the moment. A lot of people don't want to take up the jobs, and you've got to ensure that you match the skills of the people in the community to the jobs that are needed for the tourism sector to flourish. So the future of technologies is very, very important in this regard. I've given you so many questions there, but since you're answering in Spanish, by the way, the translation is on channel 1. Please answer those. Thank you.
Con las empresas intentamos encontrar las mejores cualificaciones. El ámbito de la digitalización es muy importante, el sector se está digitalizando de una manera muy acelerada. Ya hablamos del turismo 4.0 y sin duda esa tecnología tiene que estar también al servicio de los profesionales para ofrecer la mejor experiencia. El turismo es la industria de la felicidad, pero también los trabajadores son una parte muy importante de la experiencia que el turista recibe en el destino y por lo tanto creo que
to train every year 100,000 Saudis. This is really important. The other point is 60% of Saudis are below 35, and therefore, by nature, they are digital native. So this is a great opportunity for us to focus and to be digital driven. Back to your question on investment. So we already have identified the gaps in each destination within Saudi Arabia. We're working very closely with our partners, private sector, and with the ecosystem and larger ecosystem within the government to fill up whatever is missing in each gap, in each destination. And therefore, so it's a backwards process. We use the gaps and then we fill it up with, be it hospitality, entertainment, adventure, and so on. Also, we're very keen on the supply chain. We're very keen on the services. So one of the initiatives for the coming years is to enhance the offering onto transportation from tech perspective as well. So everything we're trying to do is sustainability, ESG, and high tech. And again, this will be discussed with our partners, how to implement and to some extent agree, as my colleague mentioned, to agree on the standard of sustainability, standard of to what extent we want to go tech in each property or in each service.
Right, thank you very much indeed. I don't know if your audio is working. It may be something that the sound people wish to address. Did you hear what Jose said? Not very clearly. Okay, fine. I heard you. Let me come to you, Federico, because when we talk about the travel and tourism sector from the hotel's point of view, you've got quite a few people you've got to think about. You've got to think of your customer experience and how you achieve all your goals that you set out in the beginning. You've got to think about your staff and whether they've got the right skills and so on. You've got to think about the environment in which you operate, the country in which you operate. So really, how do you balance all those factors and unite them so that you meet your ambitious goals on the environment, sustainability?
Yes, thanks for the question. I think there are three things. One is you need to have clear vision from a corporate point of view and be able then to adapt it to each of the single destinations. Like, for example, we always say it's important to have a good partnership with the public sector. That is a generic statement, requires investment, requires time. Now we need to make it concrete. It's different in Saudi, in Spain, in South Africa. That collaboration needs to be different. And I think the beauty and the challenge in all those collaborations is to be concrete. You know, I think we expect from the governments to put infrastructure to enable, okay, the investments that we need to make, but then we need to make life easy. You know, I think one of the biggest nightmares that any hotel operator now happens is how many permits you need to pass to open a hotel. Nearly in any country of the world, okay, is the amount of people that want to add value to any single authority or authorization of a hotel is a nightmare. But we try to work with every single authority to do it. I think second is, for example, when you talk about sustainability. We do it via, for example, partnership with the Alliance or with WTTC to make sure that we have a global vision, a global standard that then we need to apply into each concrete sector. For example, WTTC and supported by many hotel companies launched the Hotel Sustainability Basics. Now we need to work in concrete terms on how do we make it Saudi apply them, Spain apply them, or South Africa. And then the last one that I think is very important is people. We have a very clear philosophy for people, but I think at the same time, the industry in general will need to become more flexible and more generous. We just opened, for example, in Morocco 1 month ago, one nursery in one of the hotels. And it was critical to make sure that people would be able to have enough flexibility to work in the hotel during long hours. I think those kind of examples will be needed to make sure that the hotel career, that is a fantastic career where you can grow a lot, but we need to enable and support the people to be able to still have a life together with that.
Thank you very much indeed. Tansy Ho, you said in your opening remarks, you talked about the need for effective public-private partnerships to achieve your goals. I just wonder if you could tell us from your perspective what you are doing in that regard and just, you know, what is important to make sure that these are effective. Just a quick example.
Very quick, yes. Indeed, I like what was being said earlier about generosity, about caring, and that's exactly what a tourism enterprise need to think long, you know, ahead before you even enter into this industry sector, in my opinion. Tourism is a long-term investment. This is not the type of investment you go in, you buy, and you sell. Well, of course, there are people doing that, but in my practical and direct experience, we have been with Macau for 60 years. We even invest in Portugal, also in hospitality and gaming for 30 years, just having our concession renewed, very happily. So the importance is to really build up basically this being your base. It is where you go and where you work together with the public sector especially is a long-term relationship. And you want to nurture it, you want to continue and take a self-initiative that this is not going to be a regulatory concept, this is a partnership concept, and you want to define exactly what are common goals. And we are the people who will be directly putting together our campaign, also for the staffs, for instance, to participate so that the CSR is not done as a charity, but rather as really being building out part of the whole community engagement and interaction.
Great, got it. Okay, thanks. Well, we are almost out of time, so I am going to ask all of you to very quickly just give us your button-up takeaway message for this fine audience you can see before you. We've had a lot of discussions these last 2 days. So Minister Reyes Maroto from Spain, just what do you think we should all take away from the discussions that we've had? What's the most important?
Well, I would leave two messages. The first one is very closely related to this very panel. We need to invest in our future and in the future of our industry, and I believe it is a safe investment. This environment of stability in our business that we need to offer from our policies is crucial for it to become one of the elements in the future talks. The second one is obviously the fact that tourism pushes economies forward. When the pandemic situation arose, the global economy stopped. So I do believe that tourism is something that will push for modernization, and that thanks to the pandemic, we were able to reassess the value that tourism has with respect to the global economy. We need to make tourism a political priority and a priority for the youth and women to incorporate as workforce in this sector.
Thank you. Al-Fakhri from the Tourism Development Fund, Saudi Arabia, your takeaway message, please.
I will put it as a recommendation. I would invite every single investor globally to seize the opportunity and to capture the opportunities that we are offering as we speak in the country. I'm afraid it will be too late for some investors who are lagging behind to capture the potential that we are offering. Thank you.
God, that was quick. Thank you so much. Yeah, great. Federico Gonzalez from the Radisson Hotel Group.
Yes, I would build on what you have just said is I think the opportunity in this country is amazing. It's phenomenal. I would invite any other destinations to have the same level of ambition. And I take the invitation. We need to sit down now and work on the execution for the next 2 years, make it concrete, so we can show to the world what can happen.
Very
quickly.
nice. And I've stayed in your hotels. Very nice indeed. Perhaps you'll upgrade me to a suite next time.
I will.
Fine, thank you. Tanzi Ho from Shuntak Holdings Limited, very quickly.
We think that the tourism industry is the peace industry. So this is the one industry that should not be contentious, and we have to bring all the stakeholders together working harmoniously using our own shared resources. The planet belongs to all of us, and we have the duty, we have the obligation to preserving it, to protecting it, our culture and also our nature. And that is how we can build this industry together, but also then make the planet a beautiful place.
Lindiwe Sisulu, you opened, you closed.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everybody for their contribution, and we have very good working relations with Radisson, and we're hoping to have good relations with you. We reside in South Africa, a beautiful country. We want to invite all of you, investors in all airlines, to come to South Africa so that we can show the world there are beautiful parts of the world. And I'd like to say in closing, I know you're very edgy about this, that we've got to be very careful about these great disruptors such as we had in Omicron, that we should set up stations where we can actually monitor and be able to advise our tourists where to travel to and what the situation is, because we felt particularly let down by the world when we were blamed for Omicron, and we are still unhappy about that.
Sure,
I think that there needs to be communication on matters of this nature, so that we don't suffer the downside of something that is actually a national, international problem.
I know you felt very strongly about that in South Africa. Let us hope that is all behind you. Thank you very much indeed to my panel. Certainly, we had common goals, common objectives, and I think the power of tourism has been very amply demonstrated by all my panel. Thank you to all of you for your attention. From me, goodbye. Thank you. Do you want to shake hands?
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. The amazing Zainab Badawi from the BBC and her fantastic panel, and I loved what we heard there. The tourism industry is the peace industry, absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very exciting next session. Now, we have a one-on-one conversation, the sustainability movement. Now, this one-on-one conversation with Edward Norton will focus on his personal experience as a storyteller, environmental activist, and also social entrepreneur. Now, Mr. Norton has and continues to play a very exciting and important role in advocating conservation, the shift also to renewable energy, as well as driving important social impact through affordable housing. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Edward Norton and Fahad Hamidadin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Let's give the audience some time to take their seats. Edward.
Great to be here. Thank you.
It's great to have you with us. I'll call you Ed, or I'll call you Abu Atlas. Well, in our culture, they call me Abu Sara because we take pride in being named after our eldest son or daughter. So him and I agreed that I call him Abu Atlas as well.
He'll like that.
Yeah. I hope he's watching. Yesterday we had over 1 million online viewers, and I think the number is exceeding today. Not I think, I know actually. We've hit 7 million views online. So I'm so excited to be sitting with you, and I am more excited after you and I had the preparatory session yesterday. It's nothing less than admirable on what you've done and what you're doing and what you've committed yourself to. Many people know you as an actor, as a star. Maybe not what you've done in the acting is definitely making you a star, but probably using the hospitality language, I would say 5 stars for what you're doing on sustainability. With that, I would like to maybe ask you what got you interested in sustainability and what got you interested in the tourism space of what you've done in Kenya.
Thank you. I mean, first off, let me say I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to the travel and tourism industry. I do actually think in some ways travel and film are close cousins in the sense that I think people in their fantasy lives, they're looking for expansion. Expansion of their mental landscapes, expansion of their sense of the world. And I think we go to films in part because it offers us this portal into a wider world. you know, of the actual world, but also of the emotional world, and if film is really working, it creates an empathy experience, right? If you're really getting into a film, you're feeling a sense of transparency. You're seeing yourself and your own experience somehow in the film, or you're projecting yourself into the experience of the other people when it's best. And I think that's what we want out of travel too, right? We don't want to be tourists. That's the really interesting thing, is we talk about tourism, but lots of people emotionally, they don't want to be a tourist. What they're actually seeking is an experience of another place that makes them feel like they've been somewhere wider, right? And in that sense, films, as a filmmaker and as a, let's say, a host within the tourism industry, you're trying to do the same thing, which is give someone the experience of having had an authentic emotional experience, almost, right? And so in both tourism and film, there's a little bit of illusion, a little bit of magic, right? But we are trying to create empathy. And the best value of film and the best value of tourism are not passive experiences. They're actually, the ones we remember are the ones where we have an active experience. And I think that's always, I've always felt that travel, for me, travel has been one of the experiences of my life that's widened my sense of empathy, my sense of connection to other people, because it's just a very, very different experience to encounter people one-on-one and see them within their lives, see the textures of other places. It opens you up. And I think, so I think we're actually all talking the same language. I really do. I don't think it's that much of a stretch for people in film and people in travel to talk to each other. I come to an engagement with travel and tourism and sustainability mostly through my family. My father's a career environmental advocate and organization builder. But I've been lucky. I have family in Kenya. I have family in a lot of places, and I've always been engaged in environmental conservation, biodiversity work, because it was almost the family business, honestly. But I came over time, over 20 years of working on community-based conservation in Kenya, in which one of the opportunities, you know, we've learned in the 21st century, we've learned that conservation can't just be about walling off certain areas. The needs of 8 billion people are going to supersede our ability to protect nature from people. So if there's something we've learned that's a new modality of the 21st century, it's that we have to make our economies and our industries have to be sustainable. We can't protect nature from them, right? They have to be integrated with ecological sustainability. And we've seen that the best thing to get frontline communities and critical ecosystems engaged in protecting them in good stewardship is to create a preferential economic outcome from protecting an ecosystem, right? And tourism can be one of those we can't write donation checks ad infinitum. We can't just fund conservation through philanthropy, even though that's important now. We need actual natural resource-based industries to deliver the incentive for stewardship, right? And tourism, there are many of the best last places of the world that people want to go and see and experience, and those tourism industries need to provide that preferential economic opportunity. And I've seen that in Kenya. You have the wildlife tourism, ecotourism, right? And so I've really looked at what are people saying about what the benefits of tourism are for communities and environment, and what's the actuality? And sometimes, you know, if I can be a little provocative, for all the good things that tourism can do and does do, we also have to confront that the tourism industry can be an extractive industry every bit as much as mining. If it's not properly held to account, there can be incredibly negative downstream effects to both communities and environment if the tourism industry isn't held to account. And the thing is, the baseline of what we call sustainable operations within tourism can and should be elevated substantially from what is too superficial a set of commitments right now, and it can be done without hurting the bottom line. That's the thing. The incremental cost to the industry of raising its operational standards really substantially is totally insignificant. And it can and should be done because the industry's got to protect the resources of community and environment that are key to its survival.
Whoa, a lot to build on. But I think what you said, first, people want to imagine and experience immersion. This is the new luxury, probably. So for us, a new destination, we are planning to launch a program called Live Like a Local, hopefully to address and fulfill those passionate travelers. You also talked about the comparatives between those two industries, film and destinations. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And you also talked about eco-friendly destinations and eco-lodges. How much, I want to pause here a bit and build on your call that might be controversial. But really, how much of those are real from what you've seen, and how much of this is greenwashing?
There's a lot of greenwashing in the industry. It just has to be said. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of operators claiming community economic benefit, community employment. And I've thought about it a lot. And then you look under the hood, which I have done a lot over the last 20 years. And I've come to believe that there are kind of, I used to think it was 3, now I think there are 4 pillars of that every tourism business, whether it's, as you call an SME, like whether it's a boutique luxury safari lodge in Kenya with 20 beds, or it's a large-scale, hotel chain, right? And I think the things that need to be confronted more specifically are these, if I'd suggest them. Where does your energy come from? The industry could source its energy renewably, and in remote locations, the industry is not confronting the technical challenge of solar storage, photovoltaic, battery storage, EV operations, induction kitchens. There's much too much use of diesel, petrol, generators, etc., especially in the remote location industry. We need to electrify the industry in a much more committed way. The second one is water, and I think this is a big one. We are in a world in which wars are going to get fought over water. This is one of the most critical national security constrained resources in the world, and it's only going to get more intense. We cannot have tourism industries that are not addressing how they source their water and making more proactive moves to do innovative things like rainwater catchment and storage. There is much too much using of pipelines and pumps to community water sources. And there's non-sustainable versions of luxury. If you are in a dry desert savanna boutique 5-star safari lodge and you have an ensuite plunge pool, that is a non-sustainable definition of luxury. And operators need to communicate more clearly to their guests where they are and what makes sense as a definition of luxury. And if you're going to have it, you better be really transparent about how you collected that water for an ensuite plunge pool from a rainwater catchment, etc. Because you can't call yourself an ecotourism lodge and take your water, truck your water in through a diesel tanker truck from a community source. And that goes on all the time. So how do we source our water needs to be more confronted. I think local employment is another one that people make lots of claims about, but the truth is real local training and capacity building is a terrible shortfall in most of the places I've been. They put local people on the front of house kind of stuff and don't really train people up. And I think deeper commitment to local training, local capacity building so that local employment, real local employment represents a much higher percentage of total employment is another one. I think that the final one is really carbon offset. We need to work toward net zero. The travel industry flies a lot of people around. But it is really easy now. If you look at software platforms like Watershed and others, it is really easy to do full scope analysis on the carbon footprint from travel of guests coming in and to buy offsets to neutralize that from high quality forest carbon projects or other forms of carbon offset. The incremental cost of that, number one, you could pass it on to the guests themselves. It's so small, it could easily be a pass-through. But frankly, the industry could bear that cost without even noticing it, and it would be a great thing for all dimensions of the travel industry to do full scope analysis on the travel represented by their guests and play an active role in doing those offsets. I think those are, to me, the 4 areas that we need to get toothier about what our standards are.
Well, that's a lot to take. 3 things probably I would like to say.
Yeah.
Number 1, we announced the Sustainability Tourism Global Center. I don't know where Gloria is, but I see Paul Polman. It's great to have you with us. I really think that you should be engaged because many people think there are many theorists. You're not. You're a practitioner, you've done it, and you have some answers, practical answers on how to do it. Point number 2, I really want to side with the hospitality sector and side with my investors because those are my customers. And I think, talking to someone like Tony Anthony from Marriott, he's telling me, new hotels, look at the Diplomatic Quarter Marriott next door. It's, on your first point, the source of energy is 100% solar. You go to the rooftop, it's all solar. But they also talked about, he talked about the single use of plastic, he talked about food wastage. And he said food wastage sits at the top priority for hospitality, and it's very rightfully pointed out. And then he said, on scope 3 engagements, when it comes to energy sources, you have to talk to municipalities to address the power grid, because there is a limit to how much investors can do and operators and hospitality can do. So on that, maybe this brings me to point 3. While we are building giga projects, listening to you stresses that these are giga responsibilities. And as we open next quarter, the Red Sea project, which we call a testament, an embodiment of regenerative tourism, the true test will be on those 4 and the waste as well. And last week, during COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, one of the speakers pointed out that the single country that has measured the baseline of sustainability, greenhouse carbon emission, is Saudi. And the reason we did it, again, it's not just to brag, it's simply to say, this is our starting point, these are the numbers, and this is what will guide our regulations, our asks of our partners, and our incentives to make that happen. And I probably would like to, before I move, I would really, really hope that you find an engagement role for you in whatever Saudi is doing. Because this is hopefully a test bed, not for Saudi, but for the world.
Thank you. And I think there's a really important distinction you made, because the truth is there's many dimensions of the travel industry, and you're absolutely right that within the, let's call it the larger scale hotel industry, waste absolutely needs to be a pillar. I couldn't agree with that more. And there's so many exciting things going on in terms of use of food waste to create usable agricultural byproduct and composting, all kinds of stuff. So there's so much opportunity within waste for closed loop, positive, restorative engagement with waste. And I think that is very, very important. I think too that the truth is energy applies everywhere. How we source our energy does apply everywhere. I think I've been lucky, and I get to travel to some of the more boutique-y places and more not off-grid, but some of those challenges are different. But I think it's very good to highlight waste. And I think, to your point, when you look at like your giga projects and things like that, we know that 40% of all carbon emissions come from the built environment, the way we build and the way we operate large-scale development. So there's no getting away from also the need in new construction to incorporate, the most cutting-edge standards on energy efficiency.
Can you read who's calling?
John Pagano.
John Pagano, we're missing you on stage, but we'll make sure we pass Edward's comments to you because he's the one basically leading the Red Sea project.
Oh, okay,
and
good.
Our flagship. By the way, he's calling. I didn't ask. I mean, it wasn't a static message. It's not a stage thing. It's just perfect timing, wasn't it?
By the way, let's just say right off the bat, I've served as the United Nations Ambassador for Biodiversity for 15 years, right? If you were to look at an ocean biodiversity, like the Red Sea is, a legendary ocean ecosystem and one of the most famous dive spots in the world, right? Here's an incredible opportunity for coastal travel, tourism development to lean into ecological biodiversity protection and sustainability, because protection of the Red Sea ecosystem is an incredibly important, that would fit into any critical ecosystem portfolio, and the opportunity to specifically design coastal tourism modality to make sure that it doesn't give a superficial protective integration with the Red Sea itself. That's a real greenfield opportunity.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, protection is one thing. I think regenerative is just trying to make the place even better than it was. And here comes the initiatives we're trying to do on rewilding. We've announced the rewilding of 21 species, 15 of which are mammals and 7 are birds. 3 of them are extreme endangered species. So, but it's not just talk. I think the effort there started yielding results. Last August, we saw the birth of the first Arabian leopard twin, and we've announced the hunter cheetah next. So hopefully that becomes part of what we look at sustainability. While we start with community first, residents first, we end with planet and wildlife. On that, I want to maybe, you told me about the experiment on water and what you have, because many people tell you, can you do it? And you talked to me about the case study that you've had put in place. Could you please shed some light on it?
Yeah, sure. It's a good single point example, but let's just take, for example, within the admittedly boutique slice of the industry that is, let's call it ecotourism or wilderness tourism. But look, we know that this is big business because Wilderness Safaris is owned by the private equity firm TPG. Singita is owned by a couple of billionaires. We know that this is big business as well as boutique 5-star, right? So there's a lot of what I would call high-end safari-style tourism that asserts all kinds of conservation bona fides that I think are unforgivably superficial, honestly. I think it's one of the areas in which
Some say you're tough, you call them out. Apparently there are many tough people.
Yeah, but a place that I think there's a serious demerit on the boutique remote travel industry is water sourcing. I mean, I won't name. One time I went to a very high-end, very famous brand resort. It was in dry, rocky environment in the rangelands, amazing site. And I looked around and I said, where is the water coming from for this? They had ensuite plunge pools in a truly dry desert environment. And it turned out they had gotten a USAID grant to build a 70-kilometer pipeline from a very strained community water source. And I sat there thinking, I will never come here again. And if anyone asks me about it, I'll tell them, no way. This is a totally unacceptable definition of luxury. If a USAID grant has been built to build a pipeline from a community's water source, not acceptable, right? By contrast, by contrast, I know an operator I've been involved with in Kenya's Chulu Hills at a camp called Camp Yakanzi. They built a rainwater catchment. And when I say rainwater catchment, most people think of PVC drums and roof collection and stuff like that. They built on a slope hidden behind the camp a gravity rainwater catchment that flows into these really innovative above ground flexible bladders. And you say to yourself, well, how can that be? In the rainy seasons, they collect and hold 6 million liters of water in these bladders and operate their camp completely water sustainably through the dry season, recycling their gray water into reed ponds where wildlife can get it. It's one of the most impressive things I've ever seen, and you wouldn't believe how cheap it was. It's incredibly cheap because it doesn't involve concrete or engineering or anything. It's gravity fed and this special kind of Italian-made bladder. And so I have said to everyone I've worked, met in the kind of safari industry, there's nowhere that you couldn't be implementing this rainwater catchment and operating without touching a community water source. So when there are examples of it, and when you talk about the center, I said to Gloria, I really think it's important that apart from ex-ministers of tourism and people at the high policy level, you need operators. You need to involve people. You need to find the people who have pushed the envelope and demonstrated what can be done with full electrification, what can be done with water, bring them in and share those best practices out so that those become the things. And let me just say one other thing about that. One thing we're not talking about is the way the industry works involves travel press and travel agents also, right? Travel press and travel agents have to go deeper. You can't just accept what a brand puts out about itself as the narrative you feed to the clients. That's why we need centers like yours to develop almost the equivalent of the LEED standards. The LEED standards for building green in the United States have become very important. We need a travel industry standard that defines these pillars of energy, water, community employment, carbon offset, etc. And to get the stamp, a brand has to demonstrate that they meet these things so that writers and travel agents can actually look and not just regurgitate the greenwash marketing that someone's a conservation implementer. Just, the fact that someone comes to look at wildlife at your camp does not make you an ecotourism operator. You need to actually operate. And I think that one thing I think an ambition I would set maybe for the center is to create that equivalent of the LEED standard, an industry challenged, industry stress tested set of standards that to get that certification, you have to meet real criteria within these standards and have it be part of your audit by Ernst & Young. You know what I mean?
We'll take note of that. I'm sure Gloria will. Now, you rightfully so said, I won't name what I wouldn't go to again. Can you name what you would go to again? An operator that you like their work? Let's give some credit for good.
Yes. Well, I'm a big fan because I've known that there's a safari camp in Kenya called Camp Yakanzi. Let's see. There's something I have to be careful how I say. There's going to be an announcement in the spring about a new global luxury brand.
You can spill the beans.
Well, a good friend of mine who ran Six Senses from its inception up to when Intercontinental Group bought it, and my friends with the Discovery Land Development Corporation they have a big announcement in the spring, and we're working with them to build state-of-the-art sustainable camps in Kenya that will come over the next couple years. So yeah, my favorite places are the ones that we're building. We're building, and we'll be next year. We'll make a presentation about it because I think we're aiming to build five-star. We're aiming to build what I'm talking about here, which is fully electrified, electric vehicle only, water sustainable and local employment 100% camps, so that we have an example of what we think this could and should be.
Okay, I will still take maybe, I'll give some credit to BB as well.
Yeah, give us a year.
Sixth Senses, I'll take that.
Yeah, they operated, I was very impressed when I would go to like the Sixth Senses Maldives resort, and you looked at, really looked at the back of house. It was quite impressive. It was quite impressive. They were also, at the time, they were contributing like 0.5% of net equity revenues, which we're going to try to do much better. We're going to try to build a model. And by the way, this is another thing worth mentioning. I think it has to be said that, and this could be part of the role of government as well, I don't know. People talk about community economic benefit, and employment is a real economic benefit. There's no doubt about that, and training and capacity building. But the real truth is, and we all know it, that the private equity returns from travel all go not only out of community, but usually out of country. And I think we ought to be looking at how some of the actual equity stays within the communities.
The communities.
And that's a complicated conversation, but one I think is worth. That's
what makes it interesting and meaningful. You you've done a lot, but I want to go back to what you asked me yesterday. You said, after our discussion, you said, what got you into tourism? And my answer to you was, in short, I genuinely believe that travelers are agents of good, whether they know it or not. You talked about how you become more empathetic. I think travelers always remain positive, looking for positive experiences. And when you pay attention to what's positive, you actually find, no matter how different the culture and the people may be. And you go back with stories that you actually share. And that is cultural bridging, which brings me to the Yale, the center that you established at Yale for Middle East studies, and you call it Middle East Peacemakers. How much of that bridges understanding, and how much of that can Saudi and whoever is interested can participate in tourism for peace?
Thank you. No, I appreciate you raising that. I was lucky. I studied history at Yale, and I had a really terrific professor of Middle East studies named Abbas Amanat, and he had a bigger effect on me than he probably knows, because I really loved those courses. And you know, when I'm a New Yorker, and after 9/11, I thought a lot about, like, what do I really want to do? What do I really think is needed? You know, within these global fissures, and I thought we just don't have enough cross-cultural understanding. We don't have, we're not educated, and the more, everything we talked about, the themes of empathy is created by personal connection, and I thought, whether you come at it from a national security point of view, or a conflict resolution point of view, or a cultural understanding point of view, the bottom line is, I felt in 2001, I thought, we need many more of the best and brightest. I'll give you an example. When I was at Yale, if you went to the modern European history... Are
you saying you're amongst the brightest?
No, sorry.
I could attest to that.
No, if you went to a lecture course in 1990 on modern European history, there'd be 300 people there. Or with my professor on modern Chinese political history, that was a packed lecture, right? My lecture class in Middle East Studies had maybe like 11 people in it, at most. And I remember thinking to myself, we've got to do better than that. We've got to have more people engaged in studying the people and culture of the Middle East.
Can I give him a clap for that?
So my grandmother devoted her life to funding conflict resolution process, if you can believe it. And so I thought, so what I did is I set up an endowed scholarship fund at Yale at the Macmillan Center for International Studies that is named after my grandmother, but basically it was called the Middle East Peacemakers Fund. And what we do is we give travel study grants to undergraduates to study people and cultures of the Middle East and Asia Minor. And it's amazing. You know, these aren't huge scholars. These are like, these are summer travel study things, and the students have to present to us where they're going to go and what they're going to study. And it went from, you know, we used to get 4 applications and we would fund them all. Now we're getting 20 and we're able to fund 5. And we really want to grow that endowment because we probably have 5 times the number of really high qualified applicants now, including graduate students, which we'd like to include. So I'm on a push to really try to grow the endowment of that fund so that we can meet the growing demand for students who want to study in the Middle East.
I promise you, I will push for a chair on tourism for peace and collaborate with your center.
And by the way, to your point, yes, this is students and travel study, but it's travel. That's the point.
Exactly.
What we're trying to say is nothing is better than catching students between when they're 18 and 21 and encouraging them to go and make serious study of the countries of the Middle East.
The good thing is,
you know,
without asking them, they naturally do it.
Right.
Travelers look for what's good. They want to enjoy, and they actually find a lot of good in people, in cultures, in diversity. I have a lot to ask, but I know we have very few. Now, I think John is online because he just sent me a few points he wanted me to say. Now, 100% renewable energy, 24 hours per day. It's not just daytime. Biggest battery storage system in the world. Zero waste to landfill. Planting 200 million trees, 50 million mangroves. Growing coral even though we have healthy corals. And so many more. I won't read it all, but it is definitely something that we'll be more excited to see in real as they open Q1. A destination like Saudi is building storytelling capability, and film is probably one of the best storytelling content creation. What's your advice for a destination that is building film industry?
That's really interesting. Everybody's aware, I think, of the incredible proliferation of content through, you know, streaming services. There's, you know, sometimes people say to people like me who have been in theatrical films all our career, oh, are you worried about all this? I say, this is a golden age for creators, for storytellers. If you look at what Netflix and streaming has done, there is more global content. There is more storytelling coming from all over the planet now, of Korea, Israel, the Middle East, India. That content now feeds through these platforms. There's never been a greater moment for diverse voices to get their stories told, never. One of the things that has grown out of that is that global production demand has increased tenfold, right? So I'm in one of the biggest films of the year on Netflix. It's called The Glass Onion. It's the Knives Out 2, right? It's, we couldn't get stages in England to make that. We made the film in Greece and in Belgrade, right? And the thing is, you can't find stages. So I say to anybody, if the Red Sea coast, if Jeddah, if places like this that have atmospheric locations that can double for many other parts of the world where more and more stories are getting told about, that's great. But if you don't have production facilities, you make a production come there and then leave to go elsewhere. And production facilities are in really short supply. The other thing that I know you're very focused on is employment and capacity building, right?
Correct.
And in Saudi especially, this is a real focus. You have a young population, you were saying, and a lot of unemployment, right?
Absolutely.
So the thing about production facilities is that becomes the intake funnel for training and capacity building. And you can basically say, listen, contingent on the use of our stages, maybe there's incentives, production rebate incentives if the production companies come in and train up people, right?
Right.
I gave you the example of Atlanta, Georgia. When I was starting out in films, nobody made film. Maybe you made a little independent film in Atlanta. Now Atlanta, Georgia is a huge center of the biggest movies in the world, Marvel movies, all that kind of stuff, because they invested in production facilities and in training up crews. Now you can't book stages. Now it's packed. You know, it's one of the production hubs in all of the US because of their investment that they made in incentives and rebates and production facilities. The crews got trained. Some of the best crews in America, the best Hollywood crews in America are in Atlanta, Georgia now, right? So I think that's
it's a perfect example
of what you can do.
Actually, I see His Excellency sitting with us. One of the things I was asked last night, you seem to be doing something right. What is it that you're doing different? And my answer is, in short, I can say we treat this sector not as a spillover top-bottom pyramid, but rather a bottom-up pyramid. So we work with all government entities, business partners, incentivizing them behind one vision, one plan. And I think what you said, incentivize those that will invest in human capital first, I would say definitely that's part of our DNA. And I heard Her Highness the Princess say this earlier today. The investors are our partners and customers. So what they need is convenient, clarity, partnership, and understanding the challenges and prioritizing those as we go throughout the journey together. So, Abu Atlas, we have less than a minute to close. I'm sure you've had your expectations about Saudi before you came. If I ask you, what is the one thing that was above your expectation and one that is probably below, or something that you missed, what would you say?
Well, I didn't have enough time. So, I mean, I'm a hiker and a diver, and I like to get out and see wild places, and that's the travel I pursue. So, basically, you owe me a trip to the Red Sea, to the Central Desert. I like birds, so I need to see raptors. I want to see your leopards. I want to see the coastal thing. Basically, I didn't get to see enough of the physical country. On the positive side, it's what we started on. I really think the best thing about going anywhere new, and this is my first time here, is meeting people face to face. Like I think when you meet people face to face, when you shake hands, there's nothing that Zoom or Microsoft Teams. It's fantastic what the wired world is allowing us to do in a productive sense. But I really think meeting people face to face, meeting you, talking to you, finding points of commonality, looking for common agenda, common goals, and finding ways to work together, you cannot do that. You can't do that by remote. And I've literally only gotten to be in this 1 square mile of Riyadh. So my number one best thing has been meeting you, meeting people. It's meeting people, and I think that's always actually the greatest thing about travel. For me, the part I want a little more of is seeing the physical country.
Julia is with us, and the Arnold and the members from the WTTC from all around the world. What's your message to them as a final note?
I think it's fantastic that within this convening, you include the idea of provocation, of challenge. I think it can't be argued, it just can't be argued that the challenge of our era is bringing our business practices and our economies into ecological sustainability. All of our geopolitical conversations, all of our geopolitical conflicts all of it. This is like idle conversation in a house that's burning. If the house is burning around us, our political squabbles don't matter. We have to solve the problem of climate shift and ecological degradation, because all of us, in any political framework, in any cultural framework, we have to have a planet that can sustain our way of life. And so within the framing, that is the challenge of our time. That's what future generations are going to assess us on. And if this industry doesn't play its role, given the number of people who get on planes to fly around the world and travel, given the way that our businesses operate, the built environment, all of it, then it's not going to happen. It has to be a defining challenge for the WTTC to say to the industry, We've got to push these standards higher, and I think it's if that becomes a bigger and bigger part of the WTTC program, I think that will be a real legacy.
I will say we all have to, and you have to, join our journey and make sure that you influence and be part of the Saudi Sustainable Tourism Global Center. We definitely need your voice, and I will do my part in trying to bring you more here and more other people that carry a purpose and a cause and would be willing to put the effort behind it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Norton, Edward, Abu, Atlas, thank you so much for joining us
Thanks
today.
to all of you. Yeah. Thank you.
Sound? Thank you so much. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing session there with Edward Norton and Fahad Hamidaddin. I mean, really, just listening to Edward there, his conviction, credibility, and commitment to the cause, to being an environmental activist is absolutely contagious. If I can just put my journalism hat on for a moment. When people speak, when he speaks, you really feel that this is from the heart. Thank you so much. And I love what he said there, a US aid grant for a water pipeline for a plunge pool. I mean, thank you for, bringing factors out like that to the light. And as he said as well, we don't want to be tourists. What an incredible conversation there to end on, ladies and gentlemen. And we now continue, but we will wrap up this part of the conference, ladies and gentlemen. And as we do come here and wrap up the 2022 WTTC Global Summit here in Saudi Arabia, don't forget that you can view any of our content. If you've missed any of the sessions, you can watch them on the virtual platform until January the 1st, 2023. That's when all the photos taken, of course, over the course of the summit will be found under the section More. And we would like to remind you, do stay here, don't go anywhere. After lunch, the ministry will host the Next in Travel event from 3 till 5 p.m. And I will continue to be your master of ceremony. And we had fantastic guests for you, ladies and gentlemen. We have Jeffrey Sachs. We also have Paul Polman, who's there in the front row. I've just seen him. Also the former president of Mexico, Felipe Calderón. A very exciting lineup after lunch. And it is now just time to say goodbye. Actually, it isn't really masalama. It is ilalika, my favorite word. We'll have some closing refreshments. They'll be available on the terrace. But it has been my pleasure to be your MC over these past 2 days. And now it gives me great pleasure to hand you over to our fantastic host. Please welcome the Minister of Tourism from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Ahmed Al Khatib. Welcome to you. Thank you. Shukran.
Dear friends, they asked me to close this forum. I don't want to close it. And I would like to ask you to stay more days in Riyadh. It has been a great pleasure to have you spend so much time together over the last 2 days, sharing ideas, discussing the future, and building partnerships. What a huge honor it has been to host this magnificent event. I am proud to represent Saudi Arabia on this stage as Tourism Minister. But it has been only, this has only been possible because we have done it together. There are so many people I must thank. Firstly, Arnold, thank you very much. Arnold, you built a deep relationship with the kingdom and its people. Thank you. Traveling 3 times in the last 18 months. Next year, Arnold, you must make it 4. Julia, my friend, for your tireless work in building this vital partnership between the public and the private sector and bringing us together here in Riyadh. And I have to mention Gloria, Your Excellency. Where is Gloria? You was instrumental in securing Saudi Arabia as the host for this year's summit during your term leading the WTTC. Thank you. I hope we deliver in your belief in the kingdom. And of course, the team that made this happen, please stand up. MT staff, WTT staff, STA, TDF, our partners. We have to give them applause. Without all of you, none of this would have been possible. Thank you. You have my thanks. Your commitment has delivered the largest ever global summit with over 8,000 registered participants and millions of followers online, the very highest level of speakers from former UN Secretary Ban Ki-moon to former UK Prime Minister Lady Theresa May, to name a few. We have welcomed 55 government ministers, building our promise to build bridges between the partnership, the public sector and private sector. Over 250 of our top CEOs and more than 60 ambassadors and diplomats. We thank you all. We thank you all for making this time to be here with us in Riyadh. We have enjoyed hard-hitting panel sessions, inspiring keynote addresses, new business partnership, and many MOUs signed. We celebrate our history, opening Diriyah, the birthplace of the kingdom. And we welcome the future, announcing what will be one of the world's largest airport, King Salman International Airport. It has been the perfect example of collaboration, great conversation that are already leading to meaningful action. Just one example, the next in-travel event this afternoon, driving sustainability and technology in the sector, which I would encourage you all to attend. A true reflection of what the WTTC stands for. Above all, I hope you have experienced the real meaning of Saudi hospitality. In the kingdom, we call it hafawa. We understand that hospitality has the power to unlock authentic experience. It can set us apart. And I am happy to say that we will be launching the Hafawa Award to inspire guide and reward the very best hospitality delivering by our people to you all. It has been our privilege to welcome you all into our great country, and I look forward to seeing you again very soon. Thank you very, very much.
Would you please welcome back to the stage the President and CEO of the World Travel and Tourism Council, Julia Simpson.
Haifwa, how do I follow that? I mean, I think when I first met His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, I felt it the day I met him. And there is authenticity. And for me, he's the best embodiment of travel and tourism because of that authentic heart. That was such a wonderful, amazing speech. Thank you so much. Fantastic. And of course, like all good speakers, he's stolen all my lines. I had the numbers here, the ministers, the 50 ministers, 250 chief executives. The great thing is my numbers were even bigger than your numbers because every time I look around, I've just welcomed the minister from Turkey. I thought, oh, there's another one I've got to add. Welcome. And Minister Sizulu and Minister Moroto. So they're still arriving. And thank you very much to the ministers among us. You've done an incredible job. And, you know, what can I say? This year's conference, it wasn't just the biggest, it has been the most sensational. For any of us, exactly. I mean, it's been the most sensational from the point of view of the venues, from the point of view of the events. How quickly can I put the word Enrique Iglesias into my conversation? I had a front row table and I thought, this is great, I'm going to see everything. And as soon as he appeared, it was 10 deep and mostly beautiful Saudi Arabian ladies. And that's it, I didn't see him again. So it's a tragedy, but there you are. And what an incredible country. I've been doing media interviews all day and they say, what do you say about this country? And you know when journalists, they keep asking you questions and you have to cut them off. They say to me, what do you think of this beautiful country? And I go on for 5 minutes and they go, okay, that's enough, that's enough. The Red Sea, Alula, the rewilding, the commitment, the drive, the passion, the people, the Haifa, the wonderful hospitality that we've had. It is incredible. And if you weren't a convert before you came here, I've been here 4 times as well, and I'm going to get here 40 times. I think it's incredible. Thank you. And, you know, we've also spoken about growth, which is really important. This sector is growing. It's going to grow here. Another thing I've been saying to journalists, and excuse me if Mark from the US government is in the audience because I'm going to cause you a lot of problems, because I've said, look at the wonderful numbers that Princess Haifa has been giving about growth in numbers. This country is going to end up with more visitors than the USA. That's what it's going to have, and it is going to happen. And we've also spoken about climate and that opportunity, the challenge, but the opportunity we have to grow our industry, but decouple it from the carbon that we create. I think listening to Ed was a very honest debate. This last debate has been very, very honest. It's been wonderfully Fawad, if I may say. The interview was very, very profound for those of you that were listening to it and could be in the hall, because I know we're all out, you know, cutting business deals and all the rest of it. But the thing was, it was a very, very profound conversation and very, very honest, and something that we really need to listen to. And you know what else? I've been kind of humbled by the drive and razor focus of your leadership, both and Princess Haifa and your leadership, His Excellency. And I've been overwhelmed and touched by the generosity of our hosts, immense generosity. It's not about putting it into financial numbers, but you don't have to treat people with that level of generosity, but they have, and they've gone beyond. Again, I would like to give my thanks to my special speakers, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. What a wonderful, wonderful human being. Goodness, if I could have 1/10 of what he has in his heart, incredible. Lady Theresa May, strong, tough lady who had very, very difficult challenges and was very brave in her honesty of how hard it is to be a woman and to be at the top. And as I've said, to Ed Norton, I think if there are any words that I want to leave you with, I would like to leave you with the words of our host. His Excellency, Ahmad Al-Khatib, said, in the next decade, 1 in every 3 new jobs will be created in our sector. That is a lot of lives that we can change if we do this right. Thank you.
So yes, there's a big game tonight. And we're all excited for it. Oh, I'm gonna get it. All right.
We have Mexican here.
I know. I'm gonna get her. I'm gonna mess with her. Yeah. All right. Thank you. You know, it's almost impossible to get one of these now. You know, we had to search countries all over the world to finally get one, but we're very excited. So look, I want to first thank Julia. Julia, thank you so much for your leadership. You've been, you have big shoes to fill, and you filled them admirably. You've been a fantastic leader, and this is just yet another example of it. So thank you so much, Julia Simpson. Thank you. But I would also like to acknowledge Julia's predecessor, Gloria Guevara. Gloria, I know you have divided loyalties right now. Mexico, I understand. We also have, I don't know if the president is still here or not, but probably got some divided loyalties. He's here. President Conor. So some divided loyalties, but without Gloria and my predecessor, Chris Nacetta, with them not having laid the groundwork, we wouldn't be here today as WTTC. And Gloria, I can't thank you enough, both for your time in heading up WTTC, but also for the strong support you've lent all of this, you know, throughout the period of development. And so thank you very much. Look, this summit has indeed been an outstanding event in the history of outstanding events for WTTC. The sessions, the speakers, the many, M-A-N-Y, many, M-I-N-I, sound bites, I hope have given us here and those around the world that are watching some things to think about and some things to act on. I know they have for a number of us. I hope it has for everyone. Ever more frictionless travel, ever more enjoyable travel, ever more sustainable travel. And this summit, I believe, sends an important message to the world, and it's a resounding message that we have heard time and again from almost every delegate and every speaker here at this summit. Travel is indeed back, and you are proving it by being here, and thank you for being here. So to my friend, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, and the whole Ministry of Tourism, to the many other highnesses and excellencies and the people of Saudi Arabia, thank you for your support, and I want to add mine to Julia's. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. It's been just overwhelmingly positive. To my friend Jerry Inzarello and His Royal Highness Prince Badir bin Saud. The events you hosted at Diriyah and Hitton Palace will be remembered forever by those who attended, and as well the many exhibitions, including the Giga Project exhibitions and the others presented here. But those events were fantastic and will be remembered forever, and thank you for that. Princess Haifa, thank you again. You've been so present here and so dominant in terms of the graciousness, and we are so appreciative of you and your efforts. And, you know, I really want to point out again, not just for this summit, but for the last several years, you've been out in front for the world, making travel more frictionless, trying to get harmonization, trying to extend the collaboration between private and public sector. And you've been very successful at doing that, have become a leader in the world for all of us, and I really can't thank you enough, okay? And to our WTTC team, I have to point out, in addition to Julia, Maribel and Virginia, where are you? If you guys are here, please stand up. Stand up, Maribel. Virginia, where are you? Yeah. So Maribel and Virginia and their teams are the force. They've worked, you know, year plus in this, and thank you all so much for making it very special for everyone. And I don't know how Maribel pulled it off, but somehow she got backstage with Iglesias, and I think that was the highlight for her, but it's all good. Okay, so I want to thank all the sponsors, of course. I mean it sincerely, thank you, and all of our partners, because without you, WTC wouldn't be here. But finally, I want to thank all of you, our valued members, all the delegates, for being here and forwarding the important work of WTTC. So as we reach the end of our 2022 event, we are ready and planning for 2023, and now have the great honor of announcing our next host. So it's only fitting that our host for WTTC 2023 Global Summit will be a country that has made great advancements in sustainable tourism and is now a true pioneer in the climate agenda. Our next host for the 2023 WTTC Global Summit is Rwanda. So I hope to see you all there. I'm hoping for a victory tonight. The U.S. made it to the round of 16. We're pretty happy with that. I'm sure there'll be celebrations like crazy here or in Mexico. And thank you all so much. And I would now, it's actually my privilege, to welcome to the stage the Chief Executive of Rwanda Development, Claire Akamanzi. Claire, where are you? There she is.
Thank you. Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Mr. Arnold Donald, Chairman, WTTC, Ms. Julia Simpson, CEO, WTTC, CEOs, Captains of Industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the government of Rwanda, it is our great pleasure and honor to have been selected to host the 2023 World Travel and Tourism Global Summit in Kigali next year. We are truly elated. I would like to also express our appreciation to the government of Saudi Arabia, who through the Ministry of Tourism organized an outstanding summit. And Mr. Minister, you asked whether we experienced Hawafa. We truly experienced Hawafa, Saudi's distinct hospitality. Thank you. We have thoroughly enjoyed being here in the great city of Riyadh and have had very productive business engagements. We look forward to continuing the impactful work of WTTC when we meet in Rwanda. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, so are you ready to experience Africa next? I checked and I was told it's going to be the very first global summit in Africa, so we are truly excited. As you know, Africa is the most vibrant, richly endowed, and youthful continent in the world. And some of you may know or may have heard that my country, Rwanda, is known as the land of 1,000 hills. That is true. But what is also true is that there are 1,000 reasons that you should visit Rwanda and meet in Rwanda. But today, let me just share a few of those with you. First, it is very easy to travel to Rwanda. Did you know that all citizens of the world, irrespective of where you come from, can get a visa on arrival in Rwanda? And it is free of charge if your country is a member of the African Union, the Commonwealth, or the La Francophonie. Additionally, our national carrier, Rwandair, flies to major destinations in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Together with other global airlines like KLM, Qatar Airways, Turkish Airlines, Brussels Airlines, your journey to Rwanda will be seamless and smooth. Second, it is very safe to visit Rwanda, as attested by international indices, including the World Economic Forum. Most recently, Rwanda was ranked the 6th safest country for solo travelers. And yes, you heard right, 6th safest. Not in Africa, not among developing countries, but yes, 6th safest country to travel in the world. So feel free to carry your running shoes and explore our 1,000 hills with a morning or even evening run. Third, Rwanda is clean and green. We put nature at the forefront of what we do. Our capital city, Kigali, which will host you next year, has been recognized countless times for its sustainability efforts. We invest in nature by investing in our people. Communities living around our national parks receive 10% of national tourism receipts. This has enabled them to improve their livelihoods by building hospitals, schools, and other transformational projects. These communities, as a result, have become invaluable partners in the conservation of our parks. That's partly why Rwanda's mountain gorilla population increased by 26% in the last census and is no longer considered critically endangered by the International Union of the Conservation for Nature, IUCN. But as you pack your bags for Rwanda, please remember to leave any plastic bags and single-use plastics at home. They have been banned in Rwanda for the last 15 years. Fourth, come early and leave later. There is so much to see in Rwanda once you're done with the meetings, the serious part first. Experience and learn about our cultural heritage. Let us share with you our story of building a nation after a devastating history and under the leadership of His Excellency President Paul Kagame. See why and how strategic and bold choices can make a big difference in building a new chapter. And of course, don't miss our bucket list item, the magnificent mountain gorillas, or safaris with the Big Five in Akajura National Park, as well as nature tourism in Nyungwe National Park. Yes, you can experience all these in one country, our country. You will also enjoy beautiful lodges in the wild. Some of you know one and only Singita Wilderness Safari, but Rwanda is also home to other global brands such as Marriott, Radisson, 4 Points by Sheraton, and soon Movenpick by Accor. Let us just say you will feel at home when you come to Rwanda. Lastly, if you decide to do so, it's also very easy to do business in Rwanda. The World Bank has ranked Rwanda the 2nd in Africa and the 38th in the world in the ease of doing business. You can register your business within 6 hours, online and free of charge. We are building Rwanda as a tech and an innovation hub for Africa. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, why Rwanda? Because we are a safe and progressive country. We are open for business and we mean business. We are an African destination for sustainable tourism that has both local communities and the traveler at the heart of our strategy. We are excited to welcome you to the World Travel and Tourism Council Global Summit in Kigali in 2023. We promise you a wonderful and Rwandaful welcome. So get ready, start to pack your bags, and next, let's visit Rwanda. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, Nowartuna, thank you for attending the 2022 World Travel and Tourism Council Global Summit in Riyadh. Thank you. Shukran. please welcome to the stage the Next in Travel anchor, international news presenter Maria Ramos.
Wow, so good to be back. I didn't want this day to finish, so I am very happy to be back. أهلا وسهلا بكم في Next in Travel. أهلا وسهلا بكم في Riyadh. And I am so happy to be here. أنا سعيدة جدا 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 لوجودي معكم في Riyadh و Next in Travel. Fantastic to continue this day. Really good to have you here. Thank you to all of you. And it gives me great pleasure to be here because this next session, Next in Travel, brings together some of the most important global voices to address sustainable travel and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Her Highness Vice Minister of Tourism of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Princess Haifa Al Saud. Welcome, the stage is yours.
So, welcome everyone. I am delighted to be here with you today. Thank you all so much for joining. Looking around the crowd, it warms my heart. I'm seeing former heads of state, the former president of Costa Rica, the former president of Indonesia, the former Secretary General of the UNFCCC, excellencies from around the world, and dear colleagues. Thank you for joining us here today in Next in Travel. We have an extremely exciting next session, and as much as I would like to spend much more time with you here on stage, I really want to give the space to the phenomenal speakers that we have to come up here and to share with you a taster of our up-and-coming events that we're going to be hosting as part of the Sustainable Tourism Global Center and as part of our efforts here at the Ministry of Tourism in Saudi Arabia. Today in Saudi, we are going from talking. We made commitments. We asked the world to challenge us during COP27. And today, we are going to start walking the talk with you. So welcome to this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Highness, for opening the event there and for your remarks. The Next in Travel session has been opened, and therefore sharing your energy and your vision about the sector and, of course, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much. And yes, we have such an incredible lineup, and I will shortly be joined here on stage by President Felipe Calderón, the former president of Mexico, and also the new climate economy. Plus, we have Professor Jeffrey Sachs, a global climate champion and Columbia University professor, to discuss how we can inspire a sustainability revolution. I love that word, and I'm very pleased now to be joined on stage by both these gentlemen, President Calderón and Professor Sachs. Please join me on stage. It's fantastic to have both of you here. And wow, what a day it has been. And, you know, the title is Inspiring a Sustainability Revolution. And, of course, we have just had COP27. I'll go first to you, President Calderón. Is the revolution happening? Is a sustainability revolution happening?
Well, there are a lot of changes that are already happening, in particular in technology. For instance, when I was president, I tried to establish the first solar photovoltaic facility in Mexico. I was accused like naive, utopian, etc. And indeed, the price for energy was roughly like $400 per megawatt hour. And now the price is $18 or even less megawatt hour. So the cost of generating solar energy has decreased like more than 90% in 10 years or roughly more. So there is a lot of revolution in technology. And the same with wind energy, a lot of changes in terms of artificial intelligence in particular, more commitments, a lot of businesses actually committed and acting. But yes, the revolution in some sectors is happening, but we are far, far away from the point in which we should do. We are not making at this moment, we are not reaching the point of not overheat the Earth more than 1 point Celsius, and that's a very concerning point.
Are you concerned too, Professor Sachs? Is the revolution happening? COP27 just took place, a lot was pledged, but is it really, really, you know, is there action after these pledges? I mean, sometimes, you know, we were discussing there in the green room, so many COPs. What happens in them and after them? It sort of gets lost. I mean, I'm a news anchor. We suddenly then move on to the next big story and forget about what was discussed at COP or even the environment at all.
I'm going to start by bragging. He was my student.
Yeah, a very bad one, but anyway.
And
I hope that you didn't remember that.
What a wonderful thing to make you proud. And President Calderon is really the paradigm of why we're having a revolution, why the change is happening. It's not easy to make these changes. And as we were discussing coming in, you know, in 2009, which was COP15, we just had COP27. So this is the countdown, or the count up from the first conference, which was in 1995. In COP15 in Copenhagen, there were ideas we're going to have a big, big breakthrough, and it didn't happen. In fact, the meeting collapsed dreadfully. It was a kind of US-China showdown, actually, in 2009. And President Calderon was the chair of COP16, and he put it back on track. So a round of applause, first of all. No, it's
by my teacher.
It's literally the case, because he listened and he heard what the different governments were saying, and he found a way to get people back at the table. And this is really what is happening throughout all of this. Changing the core of the world economy, how the energy system works or how the food system works globally, is not an easy thing. We have 193 countries. We have 8 billion people as of last week. We have a lot of differences of opinion, a lot of different levels of understanding. We have young people here who know the most, and thank you to the students that are here. We have, and then we have some aged leaders in my country and elsewhere who don't quite get some of the things they need to be getting from this because they didn't learn it in school. And so changing the direction is really hard, but we need to, because everywhere there's climate disasters, period. This is every day now we're seeing this someplace in the world.
Absolutely.
And as President Calderon said, the way to make the change is getting better and better and better. So there's no excuse now that it's too costly, can't do it, no pathway, and so on. And the one thing that I would say of COP27, it was 2 different meetings in Sharm el-Sheikh a couple of weeks ago. One meeting was the governments negotiating, and they made a little bit of an advance. But outside the hall were thousands of people with solutions, really good stuff. And lots of businesses, and not just greenwashing, actually, here's our technology, here's what we can do, here's our investments. Lots of civil society. it was really hard to be cynical there, actually, because there was so much solution in the atmosphere. Inside the negotiations, the governments are too slow, that's for sure. But in the actual change in the world, we have to do it, and it is happening.
That's great to hear that optimism. And a very quick question. Was President Calderon a good student?
I'm sorry, that's off the record, excuse me. No?
He passed.
Yeah, well, it's an achievement. Oh?
Obviously a superb one. He makes us so proud.
Fantastic.
I'm proud of you, Professor.
Fantastic. And I just want to discuss something that was said here by the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon earlier, yesterday. He said that there was no way that the 2030 goals will be implemented, or the 17 SDGs will be implemented by 2030. And I want to come back to you on this, Jeffrey. I know you work closely with Ban Ki-moon on this, but are you, when you hear that, are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic? Or do you think, come on, no, we have to, we're going to find a way?
What I have learned in life is you need to be realistic. So in the sense that we cannot ignore reality, but we cannot allow to be defeated by the lack of hope. It is clear that we are out of track completely. I mean, if we continue this track view, continue this trend, we will be far away from the goal. We will be roughly, maybe, Professor, 2.5 or more than 3 Celsius degrees. And that implies incredible rise sea levels. We are seeing catastrophes everywhere related with extreme weather. You can see what is happening in Pakistan. Heat waves, for instance, in Europe, in America, everywhere. You know how many people died in 2019 by heat waves? 359,000. 359,000 people died by heat waves, and we are worsening the situation. So definitely I agree with Ban Ki-moon that we are out of track, but we need to fight to move the way, to move the world, to get on track again. And one of the goals we have in Sustainable Tourism Global Center that we are creating with the support of several countries, mainly with the support of Saudi Arabian government, is how we can push the travel and tourism sector to reach the goal. How we can do that travel and tourism could reach to get net zero carbon at 2050 and even before. And if we got to do that, we can think that there is hope. And the other side is, regardless that we are out of that we need to push and push and push. I believe that technology, for instance, I believe at least in 2 factors that give me some hope. One is technology we were mentioning before. So the human capacity to create a vaccine for COVID, for instance, in less than 2 years, absolutely is able to create technological solution to advance. And I believe if we continue pushing, I believe the solutions are going to come to our encounter. And the second and most powerful reason is the new generations of human beings, the youth people, are absolutely convinced and committed about the necessity to be human with creation, human with nature, and also to tackle climate change and to build a better world. And those youths in democracy, for instance, are going to be voting, are going to be electing representatives that can change the equation. By now, my generation and older, unfortunately, are looking for any kind of excuses to take responsibility. So, yes, I believe that we are on track. Professor Sachs was the secret weapon, the intelligence behind SDGs as a special advisor of Ban Ki-moon. And some friends, President Bambanji Doyomo was in the executive committee of that as well, he present. But I believe we need to fight. We have the way. We in the Sustainable Tourism Global Center, we released today a report, Better Travel and Tourism, Better World. And we are showing a potential path in order to reduce, not to increase 20% the emissions by 2030, which is the inertial path, but to reduce 40% now to 2030 the emissions in the sector. And there are ways to do that. We can talk about that later, but
when
it's
I hear
possible.
you speak, I hear hope, and it is fantastic, that momentum from COVID, from getting a vaccine for the world. I mean, a year ago, this would not have been possible. I mean, let's not forget, right? And when the world really does come together, we can do something. Why doesn't that happen for climate change? Why? That urgency, and going back to what Ban Ki-moon said about the 2030 goals, can we get that momentum, that urgency that the world is able to pull together to really achieve that? And also, what do you make of that comment, since you were one of the brains behind it?
Well, first we should remember what are the goals. The goals are climate change, for sure, SDG 13, and the energy transformation, which is SDG 7. But there are also broad objectives to end poverty and hunger, to have fairer societies. So the idea is this broad concept of sustainable development. It's a hard concept. It's a hard thing to change course, as I was saying, just about climate, but now we're talking about something even broader. How our societies operate, how we respect and give help and hope to marginalized groups, how we move to gender equality, to women's empowerment, how we do things that have been difficult in the past. And the reason these goals were adopted is that the world needs a change of direction. So the idea of these goals was not that we're standing as these countries' governments were in 2015 and fixing the dotted line up to 2030 and said, here's where we can be in 2030. That was not the point. Right. The point was to say we need a very different direction in this world, because the direction we're on is going to wreck the planet and leave billions of people behind. So there was an idealism, an aspiration level to these goals that made them hard to begin with. But for me, the hardest part is how big powers keep getting distracted, because they make a big difference, the big powers in this world. Right now, they're at war. Yep. They're not at peace.
And these are big distractions.
This is horrible. So of course, wars are awful and tragic, but I resent them also because they're taking the world's attention away and energy away and political capital away and finance away from what we should be doing. The truth is, here's the deep truth. The war in Ukraine could have been averted had President Biden and President Putin negotiated seriously in 2021. This is...
Wow, there's a headline.
This is, and in fact, the terms were clear. I'm quite deeply involved in that part of the world. I spoke to the White House at the end of 2021 about how that war could be averted. They didn't want to listen. That was a terrible mistake. I'll tell you, today this war could be ended if President Biden and President Putin sit down and talk to each other. But when the Indonesian government, as president of the G20, tried to bring the two together in Bali, President Biden said, no, I'm not going to meet with him. This idea is the wrong approach in the world, because we're not going to solve problems unless we're talking with each other and respecting each other. And this is true of the US and China, because again, the US has this idea, China's dangerous. Wrong idea. China is successful, it's not dangerous. And so we need lots of dialogue. We need lots of understanding. And if I could link it together with inspiring a sustainability revolution, there is nothing more inspiring, and Ed Norton said it beautifully in his session earlier, than meeting other people in other places, in other faiths, religions, race, geographies, that's how you realize they're not dangerous. They've got the same problems I've got. They're wonderful. They eat different food, which I like to try, but otherwise, we're in the same situation. And for me, just to put it in a personal level, I started visiting China 41 years ago as an assistant professor, and I've been many times a year, every year since then, basically, with a couple of years exception and the difficulties of the pandemic years. I know they're not dangerous. They're my students in senior positions. This is people that we've been dealing with for decades. But in the US, Congress, people who don't even have a passport, they seem to know everything about China.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And so this is where tourism can really come in. Because I want to just add one part about the tourist sector, if I could, which is one part about sustainable tourism, of course, is that your operation should be sustainable, no doubt. And don't wreck the environment that you're showing to the world and do many things. But the other part about sustainable tourism is inspire the world. Yeah. Because the tourist sites this is our heart and our identity and our way of understanding each other. And so this is really where tourism can, I think, change the world, not only by being green and clean itself, but by showing we're one world. Exactly. Come visit us. Come see us. Don't bomb us. Come have dinner with us. Right, this is a much better approach.
Absolutely. We have to keep speaking to each other. Thank you. We really have to keep speaking to each other. And you mentioned there, of course, that this war could have been averted. Fantastic point. I'm going to take my journalism hat off for a second and just continue on the subject of sustainability. And, as a former president, there are distractions, of course. We're talking about, obviously, here the war in Ukraine. How do world leaders then still put and keep their attention and keep the climate change at the forefront of everything? Or is that impossible? And also, they've got economic growth, they've got poverty, inequality, domestic issues to tackle, but yet you've got the environment that can't wait, and it is more and more and every day on our doorstep.
Well, definitely we can say distractions, but we can try to find, in the middle of this disaster, in the middle of this mess, some kind of opportunities. For instance, it is terrible that, well, it's not terrible for Saudi Arabia, but it's terrible for a lot of countries. This price is related with oil and other fossil fuels. However, it could be an opportunity, an economic opportunity to accelerate the innovation in renewables and really to create an economic environment to accelerate the revolution in that part, which is crucial to get the transition towards a new climate economy and a sustainable world. And I know, honestly, there are a lot of politics, a lot of blah, blah, blah in conventions, in COPs, in summits, in G20.
Greta Thunberg, she uses that word, blah, 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 for
well, I chair the COP16, as Professor said, but also the G20 in Mexico. And honestly, you are seated, a lot of the speeches very well prepared for a wonderful staffs. But at the very end, you need to find a way in which you can connect with other leaders and try to understand what are his or her restrictions, his or her political restrictions, their interests. For instance, so we were talking before this conversation in the green room about China was blamed about the failure of Copenhagen. And yes, I believe that part, that China was guilty about that. I went to talk with President Hu Jintao, and politely I claimed to him, well, what's happened with China? My friend is, say, no, we are absolutely committed with environment. We are the country that are producing the largest renewable energy in the world, are reforesting the largest number of hectares in the world, etc. And that was true. So what happened? We don't want to be supervised by some country, an imperialist country like the United States or the UK. They say, okay, it looks like interesting. Well, what about if you are doing all these things, what if you commit yourself to put your own commitment in a table and say, yes, of course, we can commit to increase the renewable energy, to increase energy efficiency, etc. And that's the origin of NDCs, national determined commitments. Without an imperialist, that's the language in politics as well, they were able to commit themselves, and a lot of developing countries, by first time ever, put their commitments on the table, and that's the way in which we start to move the ball. And what is important, for China, for instance, I understood, the reputation is at the most. China appreciated a lot his own reputation globally. So regardless, it was not a binding commitment, it was the expression at that time. Failing in their own words could imply a terrible cost for China. So you need to understand what are the incentives, the interests behind every single will. For instance, this part about, I absolutely agree that all the discussions in Sharm el-Sheikh, I was there some days ago as well. Yes, it's of course a question of justice. Developing and poor countries did not pollute, and they deserve payments, repairing, loss, damages, and justice, fair transition, yes. But honestly, for a lot of countries with money, or with power, developing countries, they say yes, but they are not going to act by generosity or by charity. I know that Professor Sachs, for instance, you are preparing, and I'm waiting for that, a research or a book about ethical on sustainability. And I believe a lot of us could be moved by ethical or high motives. But pragmatically, for a lot of countries, for a lot of people, for a lot of businessmen, there are not such motives. So we need pragmatical incentives, and that is possible to build.
I love this subject. You know, okay, pragmatic incentives, and they make these pledges, and I sit there as a journalist, I watch these live broadcasts of these amazing pledges. We, X-country, I'm the world leader, I'm pledging to be net zero by 2070. I'm not going to be alive. Even the person saying that is not going to be alive. Even if it's not 2070, it's somewhere nearer. Is there somewhere? I mean, you mentioned reputation there of China or any other country.
A lot of countries, by the way.
A lot of countries, to really name and shame or to police them. If you're a company, or I say, this is my pen, I'm going to make 10 of these pens by the next conference in pink. This is my plan, I'm going to get this supplier. I give you a plan, I will commit to this. How do we even track that? You know, even as journalists or even as members of the public, these pledges that are huge pledges that are made and not delivered.
I'm going to give you an answer like a professor, because I really like these commitments to mid-century. And in the Paris negotiations, I was interested in one thing, and I helped to get one line in that agreement, which is Article 4.19, which says that countries should submit long-term low-emission development strategies. I wanted them to do homework. And what that means is if you make a pledge, then I want to see how you're going to achieve the pledge. Because to me, so much of what is involved in this is not even bad faith, but no knowledge of what to do exactly. This is complicated. So what I really want, and what I spend a lot of my time on, and Patricia Espinosa so wonderfully led the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change for so many years, the Secretariat, and has been pushing and reporting and getting countries to abide by these commitments. I want to see, okay, you say you're going to do it by such and such date. Yeah. What energy sources are you going to use? Show us the grid. Show us what it's going to look like, because it's not so far away. This is not the unforeseen future. By the time you're done building, it's going to be 2050. Absolutely. So you can actually write down a business plan. Not precisely, it's going to change, it's going to evolve, but you need to say how you're going to get there. The truth is, a lot of governments don't know how to do it. many governments don't want to do it. Politicians, the last thing they want to show is a specific path. And so, to my mind, as I say, that's the homework assignment. Because if we could get that done, governments would look and say, you know, it's not so hard. Actually, that's quite interesting. I could make a lot of money on that.
Yeah, right.
And then one thing to watch, this is very true for Saudi Arabia, for example, very true for the Gulf. One solution for this region, for sure, is to be the superpower of solar and hydrogen. No question. But then that means negotiating with Europe. We want guarantees that your markets are open, that we're going to be able to export green electrons to you, that we're going to be able to export hydrogen. Europe's not doing that yet. So then you start getting serious. Here's our plan, but we need to negotiate with you. Are you serious to let our clean energy, which will be the lowest cost in the world, power your economy? So this is where you get real, by actually doing the homework. That's my feeling.
Absolutely. We have just over a minute to go, and I do ask for a tiny extension, if I may, for us. Just to say, of course, you know, this is such an important sector, the tourism sector. What can they do to help achieve those goals, to really look after our planet?
Actually,
and I know you've got this fantastic center, the Sustainable Global Center.
The Sustainable Tourism Global Center, we have
brief.
a plan.
Oh,
we
I
are
like
developing
a plan. Good.
punctual strategy,
Good.
and let me go punctual with some suggestions. First, in order to reach net zero carbon in the sector by the middle of this century, we need to reach some milestone to 2030. So those milestones could be transport. Transport is responsible for 47% of the emissions. We need to be, in aviation, for instance, 15% on sustainable fuels. And that is absolutely possible by 2030. We need to decarbonize the fleet, for instance, for rental cars. So we need to have 85% of electric cars in the rental sector. Second point, facilities, hotel, restaurants, etc. We need to reduce, and it is possible to reduce, 50% of the emissions in operational facilities. If we are able to change, for instance, the lamps using LEDs, if we are able to isolate perfectly the rooms, to retrofit the buildings, to use solar energy, not only we will reduce 50% the emissions, but also we can save a lot of money for operators, not only the big hotels, but especially SMEs, which are 80% of the sector. And you know, it has a payback. It pays back by itself in roughly 5 to 7 years. We need to protect and restore the land, especially mangroves, land and ocean, and it is possible to do. 4, we need to reduce consumption and do it in a better way. The next time you go to a buffet, think about the food you are wasting. 30% of the food in the world is wasted, and 12% is only in hospitalities. So we need to reduce that part. And we need to serve the communities with point 5, and we'll end with that. Serving the communities imply all jobs in the sector needs to be formal by 2030. We need to protect nature heritage in those places, and we need to take care of the community. For instance, hospitalities and tourism travel sector could be responsible of garbage and water. So no one single kilo of garbage needs to be left in the community. You can recycle, you can treat the garbage, you can treat the water, and beyond that, you can serve the community, providing the knowledge, the human capacity that most of the mayors in the cities in the world, they have not it. So help the community, be responsible, decarbonize transport, decarbonize hospitality, protect and restore lands, and it is possible. We will do it if we have the support of the sector.
Fantastic. That is a great plan, a great message to end on. Thank you very much indeed, President Felipe Calderón. I'm going to give the last word to you, Professor Sachs. What can this industry really do with a plan that is
I agree with all of that, and I want to add one more bit of homework, of course.
We love homework.
Which is that I would like every hotel, every tour operator, every part of this industry to focus on the places that they are championing and to understand their importance, their history, their cultural importance, their natural environment, and the threats that they face. And the reason is that when we're talking about great tourist destinations, we are talking about our core values and our core culture. But people may not know the great history, what it represents, how fragile it is, how it's threatened by the current circumstances. And I think that the goal of protecting this heritage, which is at the core of our tourist industry, beautiful places, places of historical importance and cultural importance, the understanding of the protection of that will be a profound inspiration. That's inspiring the revolution. And if we can, when people arrive at a hotel room, if they can see a little bit, here's where you are and why you are here, remember, and here's the history, and here's the environment that you're going to see, I think will help everybody to understand how meaningful this agenda is and how really the cooperation is absolutely what we all need to achieve what we're aiming for.
Fantastic. Professor Sachs, thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor, what a fantastic conversation to hear from these two really inspiring gentlemen and minds on inspiring a sustainability revolution. President Felipe Calderon, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, thank you so much. Shukran jazilan. Thank you to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fantastic to have you. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. We could have continued forever. Thank you. Okay. I will continue. You go right, I go left. Ladies and gentlemen, well, as you heard there, it is really clear, isn't it, that the world is facing a grave climate and biodiversity emergency. And in this context, tourism really is positioned to not only solve the existing problem, as we heard, but also to drive regenerative and positive progress on a global scale. Now, we have a very exciting next panel for you on how travel and tourism can really lead and accelerate the transition to net zero emissions, and we've just been talking about that, as well as also drive and protect nature and communities. And for that, I am delighted now to give the floor to Her Excellency Gloria Guevara and her esteemed panel to continue this important conversation. Thank you so much. See you later. Ilalika.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. What a wonderful panel. Let me ask my panelists to join me, and I'll introduce them right here. So in the benefit of the time, Laura Chinchilla, former president of Costa Rica, Susilo, former president of Indonesia, Paul Polman, former CEO of Unilever, and Patricia from UNFCCC. Please join me. I'm very humble, as you can see, with this group of experts. I'm so honored, but what a wonderful conversation we just had. Here. Yes, please. That was amazing, amazing, very interesting, that revolution. Now, with this group of experts, that, wow, is so much experience, so much to share, and we will try to cover really quick, so much to share. So let me just start really quick with the former president of Indonesia. I'm not going to read the bio because everyone knows you, President Susilo. Could you share with us, they talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, and you were part of the panel. Could you share really quick your experience? Because this is about learning from the leaders, learning from the experience that these beautiful panelists have, and that what you guys have accomplished.
Yes, but before answering your question, I would like to say that I am very happy to be here in Riyadh, because we are not only discussing sustainable travel and tourism, but we are also addressing so many global challenges that we are facing together to find doable and achievable solutions. Hopefully there will be a good thing for our world that now facing so many problems and challenges. Back to your questions. about 10 years ago, 2012, together with 26 permanent persons from over the world, including Minister Patricia and Mr. Pullman, I was tasked by the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to prepare a kind of paper of recommendation connected to the post-2015 development agenda. And we worked very hard for about a year. It's not easy, but finally we could make it. We could present to UN Secretary General our draft of the post-2015 development agenda, later on become Sustainable Development Goals. The essence of SDGs, I think, is quite good because we are committed to improve the welfare of the people all over the world, combating extreme poverty. So the economy must be continuously growing, growth with equity, of course, growth that is sustainable. So the element of sustainability is at the core of the SDGs. And that was adopted in 2015, the same year of the other milestone of our history, the adoption of Paris Climate Agreement. So if we are facing now so many challenges from the geopolitical rivalries, downturn in global economy, and also so many disasters in many countries because of climate change, then we have to remember. We have to find global solution while also remembering that we have a good concept that we have produced before, Sustainable Development Goals and also Paris Climate Agreement. That's things that I would like to say.
Excellent, thank you very much. And that became our North Star. And that's what we're aiming, what was wonderful. And you were part of making that history and with Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General, that he mentioned yesterday. Patricia, share a little bit about your contribution and your participation in that and your view.
Well, let me say, and we were just commenting that with Paul, that was really one of the most extraordinary experiences having that group. Paul, at that moment, for example, he was the CEO of Unilever. So having at the table, you know, such a high-level person coming from the private sector, combined with me, I was a foreign minister, and the foreign minister of Colombia was also there. But there were also some grassroots representatives. So it was really just an amazing group. And the conversations under the leadership of President Yudhoyono and Prime Minister Cameron and President Sirleaf Johnson were just amazing. I remember very well one of the discussions, and that was one of the issues where I wanted to put a lot of emphasis, because I had come from the experience of COP16 in 2010 in Mexico. And there was a big discussion. Shall we have a separate goal on climate change or not? So the fact is that climate change is a cross-cutting issue. Yeah. It is not a separate agenda. Climate change is an agenda that has to do with all different areas of the economy. So in that regard, there was really a lot of discussion in the group. At the end, we opted for keeping the goal number 13, climate change, also in order to make sure that it would not be overseen, but fully conscious of the fact that climate change is really a cross-cutting issue. And if you look at each and every one of them, it is so closely interrelated. It affects poverty, it affects food and nutrition, it affects education, it affects jobs, it affects everything. So this is what I can share of that wonderful experience.
Excellent. Paul, give us your perspective. You were representing the private sector, and you have been a champion of climate and sustainability for so many years, and a role model too.
Well, I think I was the only one really from the private sector running a major company, and that I remember coming into the first meeting and everybody staring at, here is the problem coming in. But it was like drinking from a fire hose, because at the end of the day, what we learned most from is over these 2.5 years, not only becoming great friends, but listening to all parts of society, from women to youth, to people with disabilities, to farmers, and the list goes on. And it really is a roadmap of how we should run the world. You could also call it a scorecard of where we're doing well or where we're not doing well. And obviously the overall objective, irreversibly eradicating poverty and doing that in a more sustainable and equitable way, is by all means possible. And for the first time, these goals became universal. And the meeting in Bali, and I'm not saying that because President Yudhoyono is here, but under his leadership is where we discussed partnership, which became goal number 17. And that was the most important discussion we had, because everybody was in sort of, you do this, I do that, but I only do it if you do it. And we were in this contractual mindset. We spent a few days together and looked at, for each of these goals, what are the major things that are needed to get a breakthrough. And we really started to discover that this is a partnership for humanity, a partnership for common good, a partnership where you have to put the interest of the common good ahead of your own, knowing that by doing so, you're better off yourselves as well. And I think that's a big unlock. Now, we ended up with 17 goals, 169 targets, and that's a lot for business. I always joke that if you meet the average CEO, they might remember what business they're in, how much money they earn, and if you're lucky, the name of their wives. So 17 goals, 169 targets is a little bit much. So we actually took these sustainable development goals once they were approved and looked at 4 areas: mobility, energy transition, health and well-being, and food and land use. And in these 4 areas alone, already then, we saw an opportunity to unlock in this decade of $12 trillion and creating 380 million jobs. Wow. So all of a sudden, the dialogue became one of opportunity, not one of scarcity or threat or risk avoidance. And I think it changed. We were planning to reach about 1,000 CEOs with it. We ended up well over 2,000. And one of my side hobbies right now is chairing the UN Global Compact for the Secretary General. We have 17,000 companies now. Interestingly, it went up after COVID from 12,000 to 17,000, but all integrating the Sustainable Development Goals. So I come back to this partnership very clearly, because what COVID has shown us, I think it has made us realize that you can't have healthy people on an unhealthy planet, but we've also seen that we can't have this unlimited growth on a finite planet. And for the first time, people started to discover that COVID actually is directly related to destruction of biodiversity, that the poor people suffer more, that it is linked to climate change, that it undermines any business to operate in any of these societies when these societies don't function. So it started to click. The interdependence that Patricia talked about of the Sustainable Development Goals, I think came to life at COVID. The other thing that came to life is, this problem is so big that we've created that none of us can solve it alone. And that brings me finally, for my final sentence, to the tourist sector, because, someone very wise once said to solve the problems at the level that these problems are created is lunacy. You really have to move to a different level. And that different level is partnership. So you get here. We've talked in the previous panel about things like climate change or biodiversity destruction, or human rights in the value chain. These are not just for the tourist and travel sector. They're in every industry. Everywhere. We shouldn't really be defensive about that. And we struggle to solve those things because no company can do it alone. When I was running Unilever, I couldn't solve the issues of plastics in the oceans, or I couldn't solve the issues of human rights in the value chain myself, even if I wanted to. So these are collective things. And what the industry now needs to do, with a lot of the goodwill, and the center you've created is a great moment to do that, but a lot of goodwill from companies here, because no CEO is stupid. They don't want more unemployment or air pollution or people going to bed hungry. They know they have the issues that they need to address, but we have to form these partnerships and drive it higher. So this industry right now has only 2% of companies signed up to science-based targets. That's not good enough. These companies, many, like in other industries, are talking being less bad. They are in the CSR mode. They're already happy to do better than they did yesterday. But if the world has overshot its planetary boundaries to such an extent, the only thing that counts is restorative, reparative, regenerative. So how do we get this mindset change? At the end of the day, a human transformation that is needed more than anything else.
Absolutely, and you touched on a very important point, which is COVID accelerated the agenda. But there were some countries that before COVID made that a priority. And an interesting example is the case of Costa Rica. And I would like to hear from former President Laura to tell us why sustainability was so important previous to COVID in Costa Rica. Can you share some examples, please?
Of course, and thank you, Gloria, for giving me the opportunity to speak a little bit about my country. And I start saying that for us, for the Costa Rican people, sustainable development is not about doing, it is about being. It is part of our DNA. We can't imagine any development strategy without the sustainable component in it. But it was not always like this. For example, in the late 1980s of the past century, Costa Rica was one of the Latin American nations with the highest levels of deforestation. However, 40 years later, we were able to demonstrate, we were the first tropical nation to demonstrate that it was possible to reverse that deforestation and to implement a very successful reforestation strategy. We also demonstrated that it was possible to produce all the energy we consume 100% from renewable sources, as we are doing now. And also, we are already in the road to achieve in 2050 the goal to become a carbon neutral economy. Some people, something else, because some people mention, at that time, I remember, because we started with all of these policies before it became a global issue. And some people and some sectors approached to us telling that we were choosing between sustainability or economic growth. And what it was amazing is that at the same time that we were implementing those policies, we were also able to become a middle-income country and also to achieve one of the highest human development level in Latin America. So basically, what I want to say, thank you. What I want to mean is, whenever you put the sustainability and the development variables in the same equation, you will only get a scaling up spiral, a virtuous circle, because all of this ended up in making Costa Rica an example of ecotourism. We have one of the most competitive tourism sectors in the world, and that is because most of the people going to Costa Rica, they want to be
experience the sustainability, right?
Experience
the experience,
our way of
right?
Of
Which
doing
is wonderful,
things.
and I agree with you. You guys have done a fantastic job, and now Costa Rica is very, very well positioned as one very sustainable destination. You all are wonderful leaders, right? And our panel is like leading for this global sustainable future. But the reality, and Paul mentioned, we're still having challenges with these partnerships. What do you think is the biggest challenge? Why we are not moving faster? Because here we are, Saudi Arabia is contributing to this global center. We want to accelerate the transition, but the reality is that there's still a lot of challenges. The will is there, the resources are there, the strategy is there. We know exactly what needs to be done, and we have a wonderful coalition. But what is missing? Well, I don't know who wants to share their views. What is missing here? Why we're not moving? Patricia, what's in your view?
Well, one thing I would say is, and I fully agree with Paul, partnerships, collaboration, working together, an integrated and comprehensive vision is absolutely needed. And for that, I would say that what we have been lacking, and this is what we are seeing, is leadership.
The leadership.
Leadership on the side of governments at different levels, leadership on the side of private sector as well, leadership on the side of civil society. Developing this unity of purpose, coming together to build that partnership and say, what can we do to, that's the only way.
But that leadership also includes collaboration and sitting on the table to have that conversation, right? Because they can be leading in these silos and you don't make it happen. President Susilo, you were going to comment on that.
I just want to add what has been said by Patricia just now. To me, the main challenges that we are facing in tackling climate change problems, again, back to cooperations and partnership. We need to improve our global cooperation and partnerships. What we have now is not enough to go to the net zero emission by 2050. So once again, cooperation. Number two, I think we need to change our mindset to a more forward-looking mindset, and we have to change the game. Blame game is not an option.
It's not an option.
We are witnessing now blame games between the developed and developing countries, between the rich and the poor countries. We have to stop, and we have to substitute with more concrete and effective collaboration to be able to tackle global climate change. Number three, leadership. I do agree. Leadership at all levels, global, national, local. And we have also to bring all stakeholders, government, private sector, scientists, the society at large, NGOs. If they have the same mindset, then I think it will be good. And I have to say that all stakeholders must be working from the beginning so they can set the target, the strategy, and the implementation of all target that has been determined. So again, cooperation and partnerships, changing the mindset, leaderships, and the last one is everybody must be on board.
Everyone should be included.
Yes.
And especially
to be included.
should be included, because sometimes you have at the country level making some decisions or state level, but then the communities are not involved in the process. And that's something very important. What do you think, Paul, on that?
No, absolutely. You know, we have the technology. There's no question that this decade, 70% of the issues that we face, we can actually solve it with technology that is available. In fact, if you look by industry sector, if everybody would transform to a more sustainable value chain, it would be 7 to 16% cheaper. In Unilever, we had 300% shareholder return in 10 years. I never had a compromise. You can't do the 100%, but we don't need to do the 100% in the next 10 years. We have, fortunately, still a little bit of time. So it requires, indeed, to work together, because many of the issues that get in the way are incentive systems that are not aligned, which is a very important thing, because they drive people's behavior. A financial market that pushes you to the short term doesn't help.
Which is
a reward structure that is only return on financial capital doesn't help if you don't have social, human, or environmental capital. So we need to work the incentive systems to drive people's behaviors, and we need to create courageous leaders. But there's something very interesting. 60 million people a year do business education. That's one of the most followed ones. Even if you do engineering or medicine, you want to be your own entrepreneur, you take a business course. But when you talk to people when they go to business school, what do they say? Oh, I want to change the world. That's why I want to be in business, because I have a big influence. When you interview them after they've gone to business school, I want to earn a lot of money and I work for Goldman Sachs. So from wonderful human beings, we create little monsters on steroids. We create the little Milton Friedmans that are not ready to manage the complexer issues that we have in society. And you see that in the leadership. There are very few of them that step up, that are willing to set, or that are willing to take responsibility for their total impact in the world. How many companies really do scope 3 or scope 4 or scope 5 commitments like I talk in my book Net Positive? Very few. How many companies are really willing to set the targets that we know science demands is needed versus the targets they can get away with? And how many will want to go through the pain to work with others, which sometimes has a little bit of inconvenient truth. But if you don't do this, you don't build up that level of trust, which is ultimately the currency that is missing. And I'm talking it more from the private sector, because I think personally that we're in a moment in the history where governments are blocked, where international multilateral institutions are not designed to deliver anymore, what they should be delivering. So responsible business should fill that void and start to de-risk that political process. But it takes that courage. And unfortunately, courage, which by the way comes from the French word cœur, and starts with the heart, bringing a little bit more humanity back to business, is a little bit difficult to do in our current systems that we've trained the people in.
But Paul, you're raising a very good point, because we are very short-time oriented. Edward Norton said today, the house is on fire, and we're still arguing for some other things, right? But in the private sector, they are measured quarterly in the returns, right? Especially the public companies. What you did in Unilever, this long-term view, was kind of unique, and that's the same thing in the case, for instance, interesting in Costa Rica and some other countries. Patricia and President Calderon, when they were in Mexico, also they had this view. But then what happens? Governments change, and they come with different plans. How do you change that mindset? How, for instance, in Costa Rica, were you able to continue with that long-term view to support ecotourism, to support sustainable tourism, and not the government came and changed everything?
Look, Gloria, I think that all the elements that have been mentioned are very important. But one element that can truly make a difference in any society is the shared vision, the shared values. And that has to do with education. That's the way you can communicate what you are about as a society. When you have the whole nation, or more than one nation, moving in the same direction, that is when real change arrives. So that is, for example, one of the most successful components in Costa Rica. We brought the sustainable issues to the schools. So children, children are the ones who started, telling their parents the importance of recycling, the importance of being conscious about the use of electrical power, how to use water. So every new generation brings even more commitment to the table. So I think that investing in the youngest generation is something really critical if we want to accelerate the progress.
And that's a wonderful point, Laura. I even see that in my house with my son that is so environmental oriented. He's the one that is demanding. We have here some students. Raise your hand who has received education of environment in the school, in the high school. We have some hands up. Very good, from different nationalities and different. That's something that we need to invest, including that as part of the curricula and the agenda and the long-term view. Let me ask a question about now communities. And I would like to hear from you. What is your view? How do we engage with communities? Because yes, we can talk about education, but a lot of these communities, to tell you the truth, and tourism goes there and creates jobs, 1 in 3 jobs, 1 in 3 in the future, 1 in 4 in the past. But sometimes we import everything. You bring like even the marmalade for the hotels or whatever is needed is imported instead of being produced local so that you can reduce the footprint. President, in the case of Indonesia, can you share what's your view in terms of the communities? How do you engage with the communities? Why is that was so important?
Yeah, community is very important to succeed the business and investment in Indonesia. I have to say that community is actually a social capital. When the business, the investment are doing enough things to the community and involve the community to be part of the business, I think will be bringing good things. For example, tourism industry. When we are doing tourism in a certain tourism site, then we have community. So when the tourism industry can create jobs, can give opportunity to the host community, I think we will support the business and they will part of the progress of the business. So we have to think community is integral part of the business, and we have to do good things for them. That's the essence of the community relations with the investment, in particular in the tourism industry.
Totally agree. Patricia, your experience in UNFCCC, you had the chance to see the entire world and see best practices and see some countries that they were doing better than others. What is your view? How do we accelerate that community engagement? Because you also invited some communities as observers, I believe, right? And you expanded the participation in COP. What's your view? Can you share with us one of the best examples to accelerate that community participation and engagement?
Well, I think inclusion is always a key to make any project really be successful. If you exclude any part of society from an important project, and in this case it is a very important project, that will not happen, that will not be successful. There are, it varies a lot. It's very difficult to say there is this way to do it. But I would say the big lines, it has to do with dialogue, with what the president was saying, the sense, giving them a sense of ownership also of the process, of the project. It's not, I'm coming here, I'm making this investment, yes, I will provide jobs for you, but you will do whatever I tell you. No, it's let us all be proud of what we are going to be building here together. And education, training and education.
It's the same. So will you agree?
Just let me add the role of women.
Yeah, the women factor.
Level. Because usually when you go out there, you find that women are the ones who are really organizing the community, taking care of the natural resources, the water sources, etc. So trying to empowerment those women leaderships at the community level is something
it's crucial, right? And I agree with you, because if you invest in women, they say you invest in families, and that helps, of course, communities. Paul, anything that you would like to add?
Yeah, we started this discussion with the Sustainable Development Goals. It's not leaving anybody behind. So the proof of what we are doing is not what we're talking here, is if the people out there are better. Where companies go wrong is that they get myopically focused on the shareholder when they should be really focused on the people that they serve. So the question we ask ourselves in our book is, how do you profit from solving the world's problems, not creating them? And it can only happen if you see local communities benefit. When I was with President Yudhoyono, and Unilever is a very big company in Indonesia, when we were sitting there, my question, the thing was not telling him what we were going to do, asking him what he needs. When we wanted to solve the issues of deforestation, which are related to livelihoods of poor people that can barely make a living, they do have to do the slash and burn to even survive. We say, how can we create sustainable value chains? Which we did in Sumatra. How can we not just take the money out of the country, but invest for added value products, so we bring technologies there? So you start with people, but that most of the companies have forgotten that. I've been in many board discussions or other things that it seems that the only reason for being is the shareholder, and it just doesn't work. That's why we drive these companies into the ground, honestly.
Absolutely.
So it's about communities.
Community engagement. This country, Saudi Arabia, 2/3 of the population is 35 years or less. Youth is a very important stakeholder or component. You saw Her Highness, and you see a lot of leaders in this country that they are driving this transformation. They're in the driving seat and making the changes in a speed that I have never seen in my life, right? And that's amazing, the transformation. For the youth that is joining us here, and that's my last question, and the last 1 more minute and extra time. As you are the leaders and you have so much experience, could you make in the simple words, 2-3 words or more, for one recommendation? What's your recommendation to the youth here today to help us to lead this global sustainable future? Who would like to start? Really quick. What's your recommendation to the youth here from your experience? What do you tell them?
The youth is 50% of the world population is under 30 years old. So and they're going to be 100% tomorrow.
But what do you recommend them? Very specific.
I'm a very simple one. Is if, first of all, never give up, frustrating as it may be to drive change, because the road of change is not easy. Otherwise, someone would have done it already.
Never give up.
But the second thing is, if you are 50% of the world population right now, you're more creative, you're more innovative, you're more purpose-driven, you think future generation more than we do, you embrace partnership, you have to demand a seat at the table. If not, demand the table. It is time that we get the use in everything.
Do you guys hear that? Demand a seat on the table. That's wonderful. Patricia, what do you recommend this youth and the youth watching us, by the way, because yesterday we had like 6 million live streams. What do you recommend them?
Well, I would say very, very shortly, building on what Paul has rightly said, choose the right people in the elections of your countries.
Make sure that you guys vote and choose the best. Excellent. Laura?
I would say that you, in addition also to what they already said, always try to base your decisions on facts, on science. We are going through very, very difficult times where some people, through social media, are trying to question if there is a true or not. So please, promise us that you will continue basing your decisions on what you have learned in the educational system and, of course, using science for taking those
From the decision
decisions.
making. Wonderful, excellent. Using science and fact-based. President, the last word from you. What is the recommendation?
My hope and recommendation to the youth, number one, understand our challenge, global and national, and then think about the solution to be taken and participate in this process. The government must give opportunity to the youth to be part of the progress and the solution. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, thank you. With that, I would like to thank the panel. Thank you very much. What a wonderful conversation. I wish we have more time, but they will be engaged with us in STGC and this amazing project. Thank you for the time. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible panel. Please join me in thanking them once again and Her Excellency Gloria Guevara for moderating such a fantastic panel there. Thank you, all of you, so much.
Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see from behind me, technology is the theme of the next session. And of course, technology has really become absolutely key in how we do almost everything, how we connect, how we engage in the world. It's absolutely everywhere. How we position ourselves, how we work, my goodness, especially during the pandemic. And of course, content plays such an important role in enabling us to drive forward strategic agendas. So, ladies and gentlemen, in a few seconds, in a few minutes, Soo-man Lee will be speaking in Korean. And there will be, of course, simultaneous translation. So do grab a headset wherever you are. Just once again, do grab a headset once again because we'll be needing translation. English is on channel 1. And Arabic is on channel 2. All right, without further ado, it gives me great pleasure now to introduce to the stage Mr. Soo-man Lee, founder of SM Entertainment, who is a tech pioneer, content creator, and also the man who brought K-pop to the world. The stage is yours.
나도. Are you gonna move it? Okay. 안녕하세요. 한국에서 왔습니다. SM 엔터테인먼트의 총괄 프로듀서 이수만입니다. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. 사우디아라비아 리야드에서 개최되는 World Travel and Tourism Council 글로벌 서밋에 초대해 주셔서 감사드리고 또 WTTC의 줄리아 심슨 CEO 및 내빈 여러분들 만나서
Suman the chief producer of
지금은 모두가 지구상의 기후 위기를 극복하고
held
지속
here in Riyadh,
가능성을
Saudi Arabia.
실현해야
I'm
하는
very
탄소
pleased to be
중립의
here today
시대입니다.
with Julia Simpson,
지속
CEO
가능한
of
미래는
WTTC,
인류
and distinguished
공동의
guests. How we live
아젠다입니다.
in the era of carbon
우리
neutrality,
모두 특히
and we
기성세대가
and where everyone wants to create a
앞장서서
sustainable world
국제사회의 최대 공동
in a
목표인
responsible manner to the
유엔의
global
글로벌
climate
goals,
crisis. A sustainable
지속
future is a
가능한
common
발전
agenda for
목표를
all humanity.
일상의 문화로
It is time for us
정착시켜야
all,
하고
the older generation
또
in
지구의
particular, to take the lead to
서스테이너빌리티를
make the
위한
United
넷제로, 즉
Nations SDGs
탄소 배출 제로
a goal for
로드맵에
us
우리가 모두
to be taken root
동참해야 할
as a
때입니다.
culture of our daily lives.
앞으로는 문화와
Now
첨단
it is the
기술이
time for
융합돼서
us to join efforts and
시간과
collaborate for a
연료를
global net zero
낭비하는
roadmap
여행이
for
사라지고
Earth's sustainability.
사람들은 더더욱
With the convergence of
문화와
culture and advanced
진정성을
technology,
찾는 궁극의
time and fuel
여행을
consumption travel
추구할 것입니다.
will soon disappear,
저는
and soon
세계가
people will pursue
문화로
travels to
연결된
find culture and authenticity.
엔터테인먼트 세상을 만들고자 하는
I have a vision
비전으로
of creating entertainment where the world's
K-팝과
connected with
아티스트를
culture and with a
프로듀싱하며
vision producing music.
컬처 테크놀로지를
K-pop
통해서
and artists
프로스모와
and also
크리에이터들에 의해
utilizing culture
창조되는
technology.
메타버스를
I am
구축하고
building
있습니다.
A metaverse created
지금은 프로스모가
for
자발적으로
consumers and creators.
콘텐츠를
Now
스스로
is the best
재창조하고
day for the metaverse
확산시키는
era.
프로스모와 메타버스 정점의 시대이며 우리는 이미
We are living
알다시피
in a world of the
메타버스
metaverse.
세상에 살고 있는 것입니다. 우리가 24시간 로그인되어 있는
Think of the social media outlets and the virtual reality.
So what did you say? Is there anyone? So translation is number one channel. So do you want me to do that? So
We are
she wants me
logged
to say that, so
in
number one
24/7
channel is on
in the
translation
virtual
channel.
metaverse.
Okay. So 우리가 24시간 로그인되어 있는 SNS, 또 augmented reality, virtual
As I
reality를
said,
생각해
we
보시기
are
바랍니다.
always online, and we have to
Virtual
also
metaverse의
think about the metaverse.
전 세계의
We have
아이디어가
to
모이고
think
있습니다.
that
다양한 콘텐츠와
ideas
제품,
are gathered from
또
all around the
새로운
world.
공간을
We have new
시뮬레이션하면서
product and new content
즉
that is diverse in its nature.
할 수 있습니다.
There are many things that entail trial and error, and also is very costly.
메타버스에서는 끝없이
Trial
수정하고
and error
또 무한하게
is
재창조할 수 있습니다.
is not present in the metaverse because there's always amendment and there's no waste and no pollution, no carbon emissions. The metaverse will change the culture. It will also change the scene of travel and tourism. This will reflect on our future.
이기도 합니다. 첨단 기술을 통해 사회적 비용과
And even when we discuss the cities of the future, we have to
모델을 만들어야
come with
하고
a model of a city that will have zero emissions.
세계 최대 규모의 친환경 미래
And
도시
this is a movement that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has started.
원대한 비전과 규모,
And we see that the city of today is one of the biggest projects in the
전
world,
세계가 놀라고 지금 주목하고 있습니다.
like the Neom city.
한국의 기업도 다수 참여하는 네옴시티를 통해서
The project of Neom City has many Korean companies participating in order to create a future city that is world-class. The future of Saudi Arabia is very bright, and the future will also revolve around artificial intelligence and the metaverse, as well as drones and other machine technology. I met many professors from different parts of the world in order to discuss the ecosystem for the future of culture in the future. We also signed an MOU with the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Investment, and I have decided to present or promote the Saudi POP, and also I was invited to the Riyadh Gate Development Authority. I also gave my advice on the new city project at heritage sites in Diriyah by building a history museum in Diriyah, a UNESCO-listed heritage site, in a virtual metaverse, making use of ideas of prosumers around the world for museum construction and exhibitions. This museum mirrors both creating a virtual and a physical metaverse amid a worldwide interest and participation. In the future, all cities will be mirrored and exist as a virtual metaverse city. Imagine a world where the future is drawn. Trials are allowed, and where the future can be designed in a mirror virtual city. We need to exert all our efforts to make a better city for the future and transform all cities into metaverse cities. Because all ideas need to be realized in the actual world. This will create a new future with the ideas of prosumers. And this will create the city of the metaverse. These ideas will be reflected on the ground. This is what we need to prepare for. As for the line in Neom City, should also have this reflective experience. Future cities, they are mirrored in real life, and this is achieved by using innovation and the mirroring technology. We also need to make sure that this is reflected in the metaverse in the future. All people should be part of and participate in creating ideas and innovation so that we would achieve the real metaverse. Only then we can build sustainable future cities and create this culture where such cities would thrive. So efforts should be exerted in order to sustain land and prevent desertation. Families should go with one another to build, to create a better ecosystem by planting trees. This city will become a place that is vital, where entertainment and education will work hand in hand. These cities will also become touristic cities and will also prevent desertation and carbon emissions. Through planting trees, we will do better. This movement that has started in Saudi Arabia, which is planting trees in the desert area, it's a campaign that should be commended. It has presented ideas and recommendations for the live culture in the future.
먼저
creating
몽골의 사막화를 막고
creating an, a
기후위기
smart
해결을 돕기 위해
entertainment
나무를 심는
city in Mongolia.
K-pop 페스티벌을 열고자 합니다.
This is why we decided
유엔
to
총회에서 몽골
launch the
대통령은
campaign where
전 세계가
K-pop
직면한
fans around the world will be participate
기후변화
in
대응에
planting trees.
기여하고 국토의
And
76.9%가
the
사막화되고
UN
있는
General Assembly
몽골의 미래를 위해
in 2021,
2030년까지
Mongolia's president announced that the world
나무 심기
should
캠페인을
implement a campaign
실시하겠다고
where 1
선언했습니다.
billion trees should be
사우디아라비아도
planted
2050년까지
by 2030 in order to
Thank you
contribute
very much.
and respond to the climate change.
사우디아라비아도 2050년까지 탄소
Also,
배출
the
제로의
Kingdom of Saudi
달성을
Arabia
선언했습니다.
will also
중동
reach
그린
carbon
이니셔티브 회담을 통해
neutrality
중동 지역에
through its
나무 500억
Middle
그루를
East
심어 2억
Green Initiative
헥타르의
talks that has been
녹지를
launched by
복원할
His
계획을
Highness the
밝혔습니다.
Crown Prince, where Saudi Arabia announced the plan of 2 million hectares of green space by planting 50 billion trees in the Middle East.
지구를 살리는 뮤직 페스티벌과
There's also
캠페인이
the
같이
music festival
가동되기를 바랍니다.
and another tree planting
사우디아라비아가
campaign in order to save
K-팝과 우선
the planet.
같이 함께한다면
In 2023,
전 세계
in
K-팝
Mongolia and
팬들과
Middle East,
젊은이들이 참여하고
planting trees and saving the Earth
찾아오게 될
music
것입니다.
festival and the campaigns will take place if Mongolia and Saudi Arabia work together. K-pop fans and young people from all around the world will participate and visit by starting this project to make our planet greener in places where desertification has taken place. We will engage citizens from all over the world, and it will be a world movement, and this is what I hope for.
사막화되는 곳에서 그리고 사막에서 오히려
In the deserts and those areas that are suffering from drought,
전 세계 시민이 참여하고
projects
세계 도시
such as
곳곳으로
the
이것은
planting
확대될
tree
것입니다.
projects
나무 한 그루가 시작입니다.
This also will create a movement and a culture for the whole world. This new model,
새로운 생활 문화
music
생태계와
will change the world.
미래의
And
도시를 구축하는 장기적인
young
로드맵의
generations will change the
출발이고
This is
또
how
미래
future
도시의
cities are
표준이 될
built.
것입니다. 지금까지 인류의 역사는
This will be a model for
국가 간의 전쟁,
global cities.
이데올로기의
The history of mankind
욕심의
has been
역사였습니다.
a history of war between nations, ideologies, and
그러나
greed.
이제 다르게 생각하고 세계를
And the most
봐야
acute
합니다. 지금 지구촌의
confrontation in
가장
this world
첨예한
right now
대립은
is the generation gap.
제너레이션 갭입니다.
The gap in values and ideas between the older generation and the younger generation is extremely wide. If the world generation had a history of fighting in pursuit of profit on the earth, the young generation share the urgency to save the earth and preserve and revive it.
젊은 세대는 지구 자체를 살려야 한다는 우리의
This is
태전을
why
보존하고 살려내야 한다는
The two
절박함을
generations
공유하고 있습니다.
should reduce the gap between them
지구에서 삶을 영위하며
and should work
이 세상을 만들어 온
hand
기성세대가
in hand in order to
절실히
open their
깨달아야
eyes
할 때입니다.
and see that this Mother Earth should be saved.
어떤 지구를
This
물려줄
should
것인가를
be
생각하고 그리고
achieved by the younger
기성세대가
generation being persistent
행동해야 합니다.
and
가족과 함께
persuading
나무
the
심는
older
여행을
generation
자기
that
자식과
this
함께
is
떠날 수
the
있는
legacy that we will be
새로운 문화,
leaving it for the
새로운 세상을
younger
열어줘야 할
generations.
것입니다.
We should,
탄소 배출이 큰 그런
they should be the
여행과
ones
관광에 대해서는
encouraging their
심각하게
families to
생각하고
go on
탄소
a
배출
tree
없는
planting trip.
교통을 구축해야 하는
And we are
절박한
in
시대입니다.
desperate times, and we need a
탄소 배출을 줄이는 교통 중
carbon
단거리 이동이
free
가능한 드론으로
environment.
각국의 경계선을
Drones
넘나드는
can fly
버티포트를 많이 만들고
to long distances,
국경에
which is
설치하여
called the vertical.
국경을 넘나드는
And
드론의
this should
시대를
be put on
준비해야 하는
borders
것은 아닌가
between
생각해 보게 됩니다.
countries, on countries' borders. This is, in my opinion, the city of the future should be the greatest creation of mankind. It is our final moment to build the city of the future and humanity, not AI, but creating the future cities with our creativity. I hope that we can build a final city, future city, by using the human intelligence, not the artificial intelligence. I hope that this will become a reality. By using the culture of technology, I imagine an amazing city, a smart entertainment city where everyone would live within the virtual metaverse and the physical metaverse. They both are two worlds coexisting to create a sustainable future tourism where people will participate as families in planting trees and creating the desired future city that everyone wants to live in. This would also be your role. We need your help in this. I want a new project, new CT project to create a model of this new future city, a future life and culture ecosystem with humanity and sustainability. Based on SM's humanity slogan, be humble, be kind, and be the love. I believe that we will be able to create it with our fans all around the world and global citizens and you. I thank you for listening.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. Lee, for that powerful keynote speech. And I was listening in the translation. Thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our wonderful speaker there. And also for the translator. It really is technology here. Thank you so much. All right, we continue. We are getting now, sadly, to the end of our event. And of course, we're going to be discussing now destinations and companies around the world. They are doing incredible work, as we have seen over the past 2 days, and really driving forward sustainability, the agenda of sustainability away from the energy usage to wildlife and plastics management to nature preservation. So much is happening. And this, of course, should be recognized. And for that, I would like to call to the stage now Her Excellency Gloria Guevara. Please join me here on the stage.
As we heard in previous panels, we need to take action. We need to celebrate the success of our sector, share best practices, learn from each other, and move faster forward together. In this context, we are delighted today to announce that we will be launching the Global Sustainability Awards next year across 10 different categories. The awards that we plan to announce today, they're going to be showcasing different areas. And we would like to recognize companies, SMEs, destinations, or different stakeholders. We will be putting together a panel of experts, judges, to help us in the following categories. As we say before, the SDGC, the Global Center, is concentrated in climate, environment or nature, and communities. So we will have 3 for each one of those, and we will have some beautiful experts that are going to be sharing with us the details, and some champions that they are going to help us to go through the details. But finally, before I introduce them, one of those categories is going to be also for an individual who has been a champion, truly champion on sustainable and climate-friendly travel. In January of next year, we will share all the details on the application process. And as I said before, we are delighted to have 3 icons to help us to announce these awards today. So let me start introducing the first one, and she will go over what we're going to be announcing. And then at the end, we will have the 3 of them and some other people, so a quick photo. So without further ado, I would like to announce and ask Adriana Lima to come to the front. Please give her an applause.
Good evening, everyone. Again, it's a pleasure for me to be part of the World Travel and Tourism Council. It's the 22nd, and it's wonderful that I have opportunity with them to be here in Saudi. Where is Gloria?
Right here.
And sorry. Okay, I might be nervous. Now going back to what is important. The climate crisis is one of the defining crises of our times and is happening faster than we feared. We must act now and act faster. If we don't slow global emissions, temperatures could rise to above 3 degrees Celsius by the year 2100, causing further irreversible damage to our ecosystems. In that context, I'm happy to be here to announce the creation of the 3 climate awards. The first is the best solutions to reduce food waste. Over 30% of food is lost or wasted globally each year. Research finds that investing to reduce food waste has a potential return of $7 for every $1 spent. This award will recognize an organization or individual that has implemented solutions to meaningfully reduce food waste. The second award focuses on the best solutions to make buildings greener. Buildings and construction today account for 37% of energy-related CO2 emissions. Implementing renewable sources and reducing energy consumed in heating and cooling are important levels for reducing emissions. This award will recognize an organization or individual that has found innovative solutions to advance this issue. The third and final award being created in the climate category is Best Solutions to Implement Sustainable Energy. The world is forecast to use 15% more energy in the year 2050 than it does today. Destinations and companies are becoming more efficient, but more needs to be done to accelerate the move to sustainable energy solutions. This award will recognize an organization or individual that has implemented innovative solutions that advance sustainable energy. Gloria.
Thank you. Come here this way. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Please join us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that, Adriana Lima. Thank you.
Adriana, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause. Adriana, thank you very much indeed. All right, we continue. Next, I'd like to call to the stage Elle Macpherson. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Elle Macpherson to the stage for her remarks.
Checking, is my mic working? Yeah. It's nice to see all your smiling faces here today. I hope you found these days inspiring and enlightening, and you have a renewed sense of purpose in whatever it is that you are longing to achieve while you're here in your life and also in your networking. I'm Australian, and I am very proudly Australian. And the natural environment has always been of primary meaning and importance in my life. Recent times have highlighted vital issues that stand to compromise our enjoyment and the gifts offered by our planet. So we seek to encourage effective action to correct and repair the cumulative loss of our natural resources and species, along with the ecosystems and biodiversity that humanity is reliant upon for survival. To protect our planet and our own existence, we are now being rallied as planetary custodians to rebuild our relationship with nature, the elements, with nature and the elements, rather than ransacking them. In this cause, I'm delighted to announce the creation of these 3 nature awards. The first is the best solution to achieve circularity. The circular economy is about achieving a self-sustaining ecosystem. So that means materials, components, products are considered nutrients that should be used for as long as possible, and then fed back into the cycle for renewal or for fuel for next steps. Circular business practices could unlock up to $4.5 trillion of lost economic growth by 2030. This award will recognize an organization that has found innovative solutions to advance the circular economy. The second award focuses on the best solution to revitalize our oceans. And this is very important for me, Australian being one of the biggest islands. We are surrounded by oceans. The oceans have taken up more than 90% of the excess heat in climate systems. And the rate of ocean warming has more than doubled since 1993. With 80% of all tourism taking place in coastal areas, travel and tourism can play an important role in preserving and regenerating our oceans. So this award will recognize an organization or body that is advancing solutions to revitalize our oceans. The third and final award of the nature category is the best solutions to preserve water. We know that water is the most abundant element on Earth. The amount of water on our planet remains the same as it always was, and for but only a few percent is available or suitable for human consumption. Yet everything relies on water to exist. So 75 to 90% of our body is water. Water is unique, and it defies scientific comprehension in that it is the only element that exists in so many forms. So there's solids, liquids, and gas, and we've recently just found it's been discovered as a gel within our cell structure of our bodies. So whilst it is soft and malleable, it is able to wear down and overcome even the hardest elements. Water can defy gravity as it rises to the great heights through the trunks of hardwood trees, and it can exert extraordinary pressure to move the heaviest of substances or to empower a sprouting seed to break through the asphalt in its determination to find light and warmth. Our challenge is not just to save water, but to preserve its function in nature while ensuring its availability to all living things to continue to exist and thrive. So this award will recognize an organizational body that has implemented solutions to preserve water. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Elmet President, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, now to help us announce the community awards, please join me in welcoming Valeria Mazza to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Valeria Mazza. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Gloria and WTTC for this invitation to let us be here, this amazing place. And first, I want to congratulate the Saudi football team and the football fans for the great job. I'm here with the Argentinian flag. I came all the way from Argentina, especially for being here. Today, we both team plays again, and good luck, and we hope we'll see you in the next step. Bueno, back to tourism and travel. Our world is a world of diverse people and rich traditions. Travel brings us to far corners of the globe, making it an incredible opportunity to meet people from different backgrounds and learn about their ways of life. We must support, engage, empower, and enrich local communities through travel and tourism. The highlight success stories and incentivize more change. I am happy to announce the creation of the 3 awards focusing on the people and community in destination. The first award is the best solution to engage communities. To balance the need of destination and communities, private and private community partnerships are key. This award would recognize an organization, a destination, or a body that has supported an engagement of local community to make sure that destinations are not just great places to visit, but great places to live. The second award is the best solution to transform communities. Before COVID, travel and tourism employ more than 330 million people around the globe, or 1 in 10 people on the planet. In the next 10 years, travel and tourism is expected to create 126 million new jobs. Travel and tourism provide opportunities for youth, women, and rural communities through the development of skill, training, and education. This award will recognize an organization or body that has meaningfully transformed a local community. The third and the final award in the community category is the enhanced local sourcing. 30% of food is wasted, and local sourcing can help. Food sourcing currently account for 11% of the travel and tourism sector total emission. By focusing on sustainable sourcing practices in tourism, we can reduce the environmental impact of tourism activities and at the same time provide an enrichment experience for travelers. This award will recognize an organization body that has provided solutions to enhance their ability to source locally. Thank you very much. And Gloria, it's your turn now. There's more announced to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Valeria. Thank you. The last one is the Champions for Sustainable Travel. That's the individual award. As we know, that travel enables to discover planet, nature, wonders, and connects us with cultures around the world, right? It has the power to change places and to transform lives of people who live in destinations, both urban and rural. But the key is to ensure the impact of travel and tourism is positive and will last for generations to come. This award will recognize an individual who's a global advocate for sustainable travel. And we cannot wait to kick off this process, launch these awards, and showcase, of course, the first generation of winners in 2023. So with that, I would like to thank you, and I would like to ask the ladies here to come to the front. Princess Haifa, if you want to join me, and Laura Chinchilla as well for the photo, please, because we're making history today. These awards are going to help us to promote this very important initiative of our center.
gentlemen, wow, we come to the end there. Thank you to Adriana Lima, El McPherson, Valeria Mazza, Her Excellency Gloria Guevara, and also Her Highness Princess Haifa, and Her Excellency Laura Chinchilla there for all coming on stage there and really bringing to a close. It has been an amazing, hasn't it, 2 days, and we now really come to the end of these fantastic 2 days. It saddens me to say that I'm sure you're all feeling the same way. Thank you so much. You have all been such an amazing audience, and also all the people that have been watching us on that virtual platform. Wow, it is fantastic. But now, before we close, we have one more two more people that I would like to invite to the stage, and that is Anita and Chantel from Bicester Village. Please make your way to the stage. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Youth in Action, come back. We have an exciting opportunity to talk to you about. Hello everyone, and my name is Chantal Koueri, and I am the Chief Culture Officer of the Bicester Collection. أهلا وسهلا، نحن كتير مبسوطين نكون معكم اليوم.
Hi everyone, I'm Anita Bonomi, Strategic Projects Manager, and we're very excited and privileged and honored to be on this stage today to launch the Unlock Her Future Prize 2023 Middle East and North Africa edition.
All right. Before we dive into the detail, let me tell you who we are. We are the Bicester Collection. We are the creator and developer of the best shopping destinations in the world. We welcome 45 million guests to our villages. We have 11 villages across Europe, China, and soon the US. Experience is everything to us. It reflects in the sense of place that we create. It reflects in the retail offering that we have. It also reflects in our hospitality. We call it unreasonable hospitality, going beyond the extraordinary. And finally, in the storytelling and the emotions that we bring to our guests. Our mission is to make the lives of others better. Our brands, our guests, our communities, and our people. And core to who we are is our culture of giving back. In 2019, we launched our Do Good program with one vision in mind: to unlock the future of women and girls wherever they are born. Championing women has been core to who we are. We have 66% of our employees are women, 52% are in managerial position, and we have 50% representation in board. Our Do Good program, thank you. Our Do Good program has 3 pillars. One is the partnership we do. We drive impact with incredible organizations who work tirelessly to unlock future of women and girls. 2, advocacy. And 3 is our approach to bring to the world innovative and creative programs to unlock the future.
And we're always looking at challenges, what are the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and we want to bring today your attention to a really big challenge, which is that 130 million girls in the world don't have access to education. Now that's setting them back to opportunities that are even unfathomable. And if we look at a research paper from Boston Consulting Group, if men and women participated equally as entrepreneurs, global GDP could rise by 6%. And we're talking about $5 trillion US. So what's holding us back? We at the Bicester Collection really want to empower women, empower innovation, and empower ideas across the globe. And that's what's leading us today to launch the Unlock Her Future Prize.
So let us tell you about what this prize is about. It's an annual global program that 1 will identify women, 2 will empower these women that are social entrepreneurs that want to drive impact. Every year, there will be 1 edition in a different part of the world. And we are proud, honored, and delighted to launch the first edition in the MENA region. And thank you, Your Royal Highness Gloria, for giving us the stage to do this.
So what are we going to do? Every year, we're going to identify and empower 3 extraordinary women who are social entrepreneurs, and we are going to provide them with financial, human capital, and education to really be able, 1, to launch their startup, and 2, to scale it. So, we are looking, any woman from the MENA region is going to be able to apply for this prize. First-time founders of any age, the only important matter is that their innovative business idea need to be delivering positive and sustainable impact as defined by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. It could be for-profit, not-for-profit, a social enterprise, any industry, be it retail, fashion, tech, tourism, well-being, etc.
And so the prize is going to be open for early stage startups that could be up to 3 years, or also ideation stage. So even if you have that idea, you find that problem in your societies and your communities, and you really want to innovate, or you want to maybe consider yourself an entrepreneur, we're going to give you those tools in our application form to think about how you can be driving that impact. Now, our program is differentiated in different ways. We're going to assemble a panel of judges, successful women from the region. We want to be championing the Middle Eastern women that are already driving an impact and that have already fought to get to where they are. We're going to have a panel of CEOs, investors, and founders who will be giving meaningful feedback to those applications. And we're excited to partner with NYU Abu Dhabi as our academic partner, and with Ashoka Arab World. Bill Drayton was the founder, and he coined the term social entrepreneurship. So we're really excited to have these 2 big organizations, globally recognized, on board with us. What's next? Our application form will open next Monday, December 5th. You're going to have 2 months, January and December, to submit your application. In March, we hope to welcome the 8 finalists to Bicester Village in the UK to pitch in person to a panel of judges. And that's when the work gets started. The funds will get deployed, the academic partnership starts, and the impact will start to become true.
Empowering women means empowering communities. I think we've heard it here. As an Arab woman, being able to launch this here in the MENA region and really to support other women to flourish and to make a difference to their communities is really what is the most important thing. So what can you do to help us? One thing, spread the word. We want to reach as many women as possible. And your help is going to be essential. The hashtag is Unlock Her Future. So anything you can do to help us identify the role models of the future and that are going to inspire the next generation is our only ask. Remember, empowering women, empowering ideas, empowering innovation across the globe. Thank you very much. Shukran.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anita and Chantal. They're from Bicester Village in the UK, and absolutely empowering women. Women hold up half of the sky. Wow, and on that note, we do come to a close. We come to an end, ladies and gentlemen, but I don't want to call it an end. As they say, I love this word in Arabic, ilalika, see you later. We close from Saudi, but it really isn't goodbye. It is see you later. I think I speak on behalf of everybody. It really has been a fantastic 2 days here. The energy in this room, the energy last night over the past 2 days has been electric, contagious. I definitely will be back. And before I go, I'd just like to thank everybody for being such a fantastic audience. It has been my pleasure to be the MC with you over these past 2 days. Thank you so much, Her Excellency Gloria Guevara, for inviting me to be your MC. I have loved every moment, all of it. And Enrique, that was the best part as well. Really, I was caught running to the front, of course, when he said Bailamos. And also, thank you so much, Your Highness Princess Haifa. Thank you so much for your warm
warm hospitality, and also to the Ministry of Tourism here and everybody else that has been here. Thank you to our viewers online and everybody. It is Ilalika. See you later from Riyadh, from Mamlakata Al Arabiya Saudiya. It is good. It is see you later. It is not goodbye. We will be back here. Thank you very much indeed. Shukran jazilan. We close. Bye bye everybody. Bye bye. Ilalika.